Hello, everybody. Welcome to the F&P special budget meeting. Thursday, November, I wanted to say September. Why can't it be? Thursday, November 7th, 3 o'clock. And item number one is call to order. And Stephen, do you want to start?
Steve not present.
Diane Wolf here.
Sean McAllister here.
Mike Milkey here.
Stevens present.
Larry Jurassic present.
Cool. Thank you for all being here. And may I have a motion on the previous minutes?
This is the minutes from F&P yesterday.
Oh, no.
What minutes are we moving to approve?
Would be
Anybody know?
approving the common council minutes, correct?
Or the F and P,
F and P.
the F and P.
I don't believe we have
Like
left.
you would be approving the minutes from
Last night?
the special budget meeting from the last year that the F and P two special budget meeting. But they've probably been approved through another process already, so
Should we just
we
skip it?
can just skip this item.
Okay. All right. Number two. Number three, any public input limited to 3 minutes per individual. If anybody wants to address us, now is your chance. First call. Second call. Third call. All right. No public input today. Item number 4, getting right down to it. Sabrina, you want to start us off with the changes, and then I'll open it up to questions from the group up here. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So in front of you and in your packet were budget changes from the 2025 proposed budget submission. So the ones in your packet are up to date, except for one. We added one additional one. That's why you have a sheet of paper in front of you. Just kind of going through each one. The first one is in regards to TIF 5 and TIF 6. We did have a meeting with Ellers and we finalized our figures. So I did update that. So we will be decreasing the increment that goes to TIF 5 and increasing the increment that goes to TIF 6. So that's what you see there. Nothing that affects the general fund budget, just the TIF valuation coming in final. So that's what you see there. The second one is in regards to some software license cost. So we received information from Central Square that our costs would go up $3,000. So we are proposing an increase to the software maintenance contractual account in the police department. And then again, since this affects the general fund, the offset would be miscellaneous income to make sure we still have a balanced budget. And the third one, this is kind of a common budget change every year. Once I project health insurance costs, but people do change things. So this is to update accounts for the final open enrollment changes. So there were some people who maybe waived health insurance that were offered it, and some that maybe didn't have our health insurance that added it. And then lastly, people that maybe have been on a single plan that increased to a family plan. So that's what you see for changes there. The net effect on the general fund was $8,063. So you can see I had to increase a couple of accounts for health insurance costs, decrease a couple, and then the offset. We did adjust miscellaneous income by $8,063. Then you can see water, sewer, and storm. We updated the health insurance amounts in those funds as well. Then the last one, the fourth one that's sitting in front of you, is related to special event insurance. So Amanda does sit on the CIVMIC board, and this is an insurance that we probably should have had for a while. So we are going to invest in having special event insurance. We would have to increase the Omni Center account, operating supplies, as well as we're putting some of the costs in our special projects account, $1,872, and then $1,872 and the recreation account in the general fund. And then the offset being, again, to make sure we have a balanced budget, would be to miscellaneous income.
Thank you. And I want to thank everybody here on behalf of all of us up here. You guys have put a lot of time into this. And so we really appreciate the amount of effort and work that each of your departments have done. This is awesome. And thank you for it being a balanced budget. That's huge for us. So thank you. So at this time, let me go around the room. Stephen, you want to start with you and ask questions and
I don't have too many, so, but I am going to start with the sheet that was just handed to us. So, questioning, I guess, convince me on the methodology. So what I see is we have increased budget cost, and then we have increased fund revenues that just happen to match that cost. I want to know how we ended up deciding that we're going to get just under 13,000 more dollars in revenues that just happened to match up with these increases. I mean, revenues is obviously always a best guess, but we need to be conservative on those. We never want to end up towards the end of the year with a budget deficit. So,
Great question. So in this case, the miscellaneous income account is an account that we do budget pretty conservatively in a lot of the revenues. That's always been my methodology in regards to revenues. For these couple, since they were smaller dollar figures, that's what was decided between myself and between Rick.
okay, so you're comfortable with it?
With those small figures, yes. Overall, this budget cycle, I mean, we did start with $149,000 budget deficit when we started the budget process. When I handed the budget over to Rick, that's where we were at, was $149,000 deficit. Then adding in Rick's program and plan for what he wanted to accomplish in that budget, like that was an additional close to $100,000. So you'll see that throughout the budget when you reviewed it, that we had to make that happen. So there are instances where revenues were increased and certain departments that saw decreases throughout this budget.
Okay. And,
Sorry.
oh, no, go ahead.
But one of my concerns with that, and I did go and I went back to 2008 just to kind of compare revenues and expenses, kind of what we've added to our fund balance since 2008. And since 2008, we've never had a year where we've actually taken away from fund balance. We had years where we budgeted a deficit or we were very close to budgeting a deficit. Going back, again, I only made it to 2008. But we never had a year where we actually had a deficit when comparing our revenues against expenses. We had many years where we had really tough budget discussions. And part of that is because for revenues, we don't want to overextend ourselves and budget too much in revenues and then run into that problem where we don't hit our revenues that we're budgeting, right? So that, again, kind of just did a little deep dive into that. So that is something that we are going to have to look into when we look at 2026. Because this year was tough enough with 150,000 and then adding an additional $100,000 in expense. So 2026 is going to be a rough budget year.
Okay. So when you said you went back to 2008, that included 2008, which, as I recall, was a economic crash for the nation.
Correct.
And we did not have a deficit that year.
Correct, because of the conservative revenue budgeting.
Good, okay. Next question is still on the revenues, but now it's on the revenues tab. This has seen something that I don't recall seeing before. And that's that there are, I would say, a substantial difference between the department line and the admin line to the tune of what I've calculated as 121,467. And then, of course, now we add on this additional 13,000, just shy of 13,000 that we were handed today. So that, that's a change of $134,000 of, depending on budget neutrality of an estimate that we can spend that difference, I guess, 134,000 and change. What accounts for that? Why is there this difference? Now, I got the 13,000. You answered my question on that. What accounts for this?
And if you're talking about the specifics, I mean, as I went down, preparing the budget or looking at the budget, looking at the different line items for the revenues, looking at the previous years to see what the trend has been over the last several years. And then, as Sabrina indicated too, when we were looking at the deficit, where would she feel comfortable maybe increasing some of those revenues to allot for some of that deficit? So, I mean, if you look at any specific items, there may be some that have been increased or decreased. I think there were some that were decreased as well for any given reason. The projection or the plan for the 2025 budget was to increase certain revenue line items modestly in order to allot for the deficit or cover the deficit. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it does.
For example, the interest income was one that was increased.
Yeah.
Obviously, the miscellaneous income was another one that was increased as well.
No, yeah, I went through line by line. There were quite a few, but it added up to real money at the end, and that's my concern. And I know some of it has to do, at least I assume it does, with the memo at the very front with these new human resources going to a regular part-time, increasing hours for a fire department operations assistant, another temporary part-time to a regular part-time, and then the seasonal part-time employee wage piece on the Parks and Rec. That's all in that memo. So what I'm hearing is, are we going down a path where we are going to be relying on, I guess, projected revenues surpluses to offset additional hours and personnel?
Not specifically. So for example, in the fire department, there was a line item in the fire department that, in speaking with Chief Fletty, he was willing to reduce it relatively significantly, which was going to cover a large portion of the cost of the increase of hours for that particular staff member. So that's one example of looking at different ways other than just at the revenues to try and offset some of the increases. From my perspective, the ones that were done this year were some of the ones that were more major, for lack of a better word, that really needed some attention. There are others, and I'm aware of those as well too, but these were ones that I felt were important to try and incorporate. There were other requests that didn't make it into the budget. The fire admin, for example, was requested to be at higher hours. We're not able to do that, so did decrease that as well too. So it's not just the increasing of the revenues, but it's looking at other expenses as well.
But part of it is we're using what we perceive as potential revenues to offset this.
Some of it was, some of it
Okay.
was.
So, and this does not mean I'm opposed to these. However, I'm concerned this can become a snowball effect. I would not like to see that we end up relying upon revenues to pay personnel costs. I think that it could be potentially a very dangerous game. Now, our revenues have been, since I've been here anyway, pretty substantial as far as, creating surplus each and every year. So I guess on the short term with a couple of these, or, this year, none of these are hugely expensive. I might be able to live with it, but I'm putting up the caution bell, the red alert here that this is a real dangerous thing to go down if this becomes a habit of, well, we'll just rely on what we perceive as our potential revenues are to pay for personnel. I think that it's inevitable, a matter of when, not if, that it's going to lead us to having a deficit issue to deal with sometime in the future if we rely on that in the future.
And I can add as well too, that in 2025, we are going to have conversations about other funding mechanisms as well when it
Okay.
comes to the operating budget. So those are discussions that we'll be having once we get into 2025. The department heads in particular will get together and have those conversations.
And I'm pretty receptive to what I see here on that memo again. But again, my caution here also is every year I've been here, is there an exception? I don't know that there is. We've always had at least one or two additional personnel or hours that have been added onto the budget every year. So I'm open to these, but I'm going to become a real hard sell in the future if I'm still here. I'm going to want to see data laid out, and that's just me. Because again, dangerous game where we're going if we keep going down this path. And I think that's the last questions and comments I have. I really want to thank the staff for providing a balanced budget. It makes certainly the number and depth of the questions I want to ask much easier to know that this has been discussed with the staff and at least generally accepted amongst the directorates that, this is a balanced budget. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'll come back to you too if you have any questions.
If I do later.
Diane, you ready?
Thank you, Chair. So I guess one thing I'd like to ask, what are you looking for your process to be before I start any questions I may have? So,
Just in general, any questions that you have, any topics that you have more explanation needed? And I'll just go round robin and hit
okay.
whatever you want to talk about.
And are we looking to go through the budget book then?
As you need explanation. That's kind of what I
Um,
was thinking. If there's any questions.
My
or-
only concern is, and like, I mean, you're the chair, your committee, you and your committee can decide how you want to do this, but my only concern is that there could be an awful lot of jumping around with questions and typically we page through and questions, and so then we're all kind of, so I gather we're not, I mean, I could be here for a long time. I mean, just so you know, yes, I have mine, but I've met with everyone. I've asked all my questions. I have pretty much all my questions answered. So don't want you to think, oh my God, you didn't ask all these questions. No, I'm not. And I've got my
If-
questions.
if I may-
For you, Diane.
If I may, I think what she means is is council going to have a chance to speak on every tab as we go through?
Right. 'Cause
Or are you wanting us to like ask all our questions now and then, just thumbs up at the end? I mean,
yeah.
it's hoping it's the former, but
Yeah, no, I was just thinking in the interest of time, just to keep things moving, right? Is that
Well,
what
I-
you're thinking?
so we're gonna have an introductory, our general questions, and then we'll get specific.
Sure,
And we can all weigh in as we go through each tab, right?
that's fine too.
Is that
Yep.
what you were thinking?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
well,
fine.
I just want to make sure because
No, that's fine.
I like to know what the rules are.
Sure thing. No,
So,
we're good.
So, and again, I'd like to reiterate what's also been said previously is that thank you to our city administrator and all the staff have worked really hard to bring forth a balanced budget. Excuse me, I have like an hour and a half sleep in me, so just bear with me. I appreciate what Alder Knott is talking about with the introductory page with the 4 initiatives that our city administrators has brought forth. I know that, I've had conversations with staff, especially with the first one with the HR administrative assistant. I was the one who lobbied for the one for that position last year for at least 10 to 15 hours. And from what I understand, it's been a very successful endeavor to have that position. And I, for one, appreciate that we are looking to increase it by just a little bit to go to 20 hours. I know when it comes to fire, that position it's been discussed for years on end for those who have been here. I think it used to be more hours and then through the years it went down to 20. And I know when we had new personnel come in at the top, they needed additional help because we had someone new. I mean, we had a new fire chief. So that did go up a few hours, reverted back this year. So as someone who's always had concerns about increasing hours, I will support that this year. If my fire chief, after he's been here for a year, he's been able to go ahead and survey the situation and be in that job for a year plus. If he and I have talked about this, and if he feels that he needs that 30 hours, I will respect his decision and that he'll manage that appropriately. So I support that. And also with the administrative assistant position with police and absolutely the wage scale in Parks and Rec. We've had discussions in these past years that City of Onalaska, we were at the bottom of the wage scale. And I have been very vocal about that when it comes to part-time wages. And we cannot be the lowest in the county. I mean, personally, I was embarrassed that we were at the bottom. And so I'm very appreciative that administration and department heads have been pro increasing those wages. Because at the end of the day, you look at some of the equipment that Parks and Rec they're using, you look at the dollar value that they're using and you're looking to attract people at very low wages to have that skill set. So we need to be just thinking pretty wisely about who we are looking to hire and what skill set and but we have to be willing to pay that skill set to be operating that type of machinery. One thing I do have a question for my city administrator. You and I have talked, but I just want to reiterate it. I see the 4 initiatives that you have brought forth, but if you could also share with everyone, if in case those who don't know, what were the initiatives that did not get fulfilled? You did mention one that fire was looking at to go to 40, but could you share what the other ones were?
I know that Public Works had requested an additional staff, I believe in part in streets and part in another area. And I know IT had requested a part-time employee as well.
And I think Dan Wick was looking for a part-time
Oh, yeah.
maintenance
My apologies.
for the new community center.
Correct.
I was just helping you.
Yes, thank you. Those were the 3 that I recall that were not part of this budget.
Okay. And I know there was one item that we can certainly talk about later and when it's appropriate to talk about, but I've also had a talk with IT director and also police chief about this police open records software that we can talk about later. I'm certainly not trying to tell staff what they should be using. I've just heard comments and I've received input, and as someone who spent 15, 16 years as a serving on the technology advisory committee with the city, but dating back to the year 2000 through 2019. There's been a lot of discussion about always the efficiencies and technology efficiencies. And if it turns out that our city administrator and our department heads think that it's a software that you think that would be very beneficial to serve and we could benefit greatly in efficiencies across the board, I will be introducing it later this afternoon wherever we think that would be appropriate. But that's why I'm going to be bringing that forth later. Like I said, I'm not looking to try to tell staff what they should be doing. It's just I've heard some input that is something that would be very, very beneficial to staff. I'm going to save, I just had 2 questions, but it's going to be later I think for Sabrina, but I'd rather that we wait till we get there. I just don't want to be jumping around a lot, but I pretty much have had all my questions answered, but I look forward to kind of going through it. I'm sure there'll be other things come up, but again, thank you to staff. I know every year budget's a real grind, but it's really nice coming in with a balanced budget. And I do appreciate the new initiatives, but I certainly understand where Aldernott is coming from also. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim, anything from you?
Yeah, I'll make a couple general comments. Definitely 100% agree with what Aldernott was saying about, the budget when it went from the finance department to the city administrator. It did have a deficit and really only gained a deficit in the administrator's hands, and that was balanced by increasing revenues, right? Increasing miscellaneous income. And I really don't think that is something we've ever in my history since 2005 being on this board. We've never done that before. The city of Onalaska has always been very fiscally conservative, and also municipal finance isn't the same as other types of finances. Really, our boundary is set by our levy limits and our expenditure restraints. And if we usually want to add something, we usually have to take something away on the cost side. Because we have to sustain that the following year. And this is how we get into trouble. We could very easily end up next year because we've artificially given ourselves $250,000. We could very easily end up next year with an even larger problem because this is personnel costs. We're going to have to sustain them. And unfortunately, the way that, because most of our cost is tied up in our personnel, it can come back to bite us real quick. And we don't ever want to we'd have had that happen once before, not because of this budgeting strategy, but just because of the math and the levy limits and expenditure restraints, where we've had to cut people. And so I feel like this is really every single budget. You've got to not just look at this year, but you have to look at subsequent years. And I acknowledge that it's becoming more and more common for municipalities to have operating referendums in order to get permission to, go past those state imposed limits on us. There are also other ways that we can fund things, but we're constantly trying to find those every year. And so basically by doing this, we're setting ourselves up in a way so that we will have to do that next year. So if this budget passes as it is, then I think that that's a statement that 100% we need to either go to referendum or we need to find another budgeting tool for next year, because it isn't something that's sustainable. So that's my comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
I don't really have much, I guess, it's my first time doing this, so went through a lot, looked through everything, talked to Sabrina a little bit on the phone, talked to Rick. From what I'm seeing, have a balanced budget's great. Totally understand the concerns brought forth for the future. At the end of the day, I guess right now, I don't really have anything to add, so I'll yield my time to Dan.
Thank you. Dan?
It's my first day speech almost like. I guess there's maybe 4 things I'd like to address. So, first for the budget overall, I know that through the years that I've been here, we appreciate the book. It seems to me that the budget presented to us has been cleaner than it has in years past. Like it's easier to go through. There's less things where we'd look at it and be like, what the heck is this? And they're like, oh yeah, that was a mistake. So not seeing that. So, Sabrina and Rick, good job on that. I'm going to ask this to Sabrina now. I'm not sure exactly where it would best fit in or if it's even the venue, but I've had last few weeks, I've had several staff members reach out and some questions on like how we budget for things came up, and it really had to do with the nature of what our reserves are. And I'm hoping just for clarification, we can kind of put it on record. And the thought was from, the rank and file staff's point of view that, if we got all this money in reserves, but we're always told that everything is like so tight, if you need to add a position or you need some sort of supplies for your department, why can't we just tap into the reserves? And, I explained a little bit, well, there's the equipment replacement fund, but a lot of it is, just because the money's sitting there doesn't mean that it's not already earmarked. So I'm just kind of hoping you could maybe kind of say for the record, so how much is out there that is actually we can spend? And I think it's a lot less, but at least I'm hoping so, but anyway, so, and then I have other questions, but if you could maybe touch on that, please, Sabrina.
Yeah, absolutely. So our reserves that are in the general fund, you could definitely tap into them, but I would never ever recommend it, especially in regards to operating costs. If we're talking about a one-time cost and you wanted to use reserves, I could possibly support that. But the reserves are really there kind of as a rainy day fund. They're not there to fund our operating budget. I would kind of leave it at that. And then once you do start using reserves, so similar to what Mayor Smith said, let's say we would have taken $250,000 and used reserves. For 2026, I start at a hole of $250,000 unless we're going to use reserves every single year, right? Because we have to make up for that $250,000. And that's how you get yourself in a hole, is by using reserves for operating.
And using reserves, having to do that year after year, eventually they're not going to be there, and
Correct.
the problem is magnified. So,
And if I could just add, our reserves also right now provide us, a revenue source because we're able to invest them and earn interest income on them.
so this next question is just, I'm not picking on you, Stephen, but I just kind of had a question. It didn't really make sense to me. When you said that you didn't think that we should pay salaries through revenues, I mean, I was a little confused because all money's coming surplus. Okay. Like any money coming in, be it taxes or fees or whatever, I'm like, that's revenue. How would we not pay from? Okay.
I meant surplus revenue.
All right. And then, no, I can't read my own writing here. So I guess I wanted to echo what Kim had talked about, if we max things out, we can solve some problems that we have today. but we're setting ourselves up for a bigger problem in subsequent years. And I want to be very careful to do that, especially noting that, every department has needs and they have things that they, need to be able to do their job better. But in the city, I know that we have a problem that I would say is chronic in public safety. And because we've got, union contracts have just not kept up with the wage hikes through our peer communities, and we're seeing attrition because of that. And I think that is going to be, keeping people in our community safe is ultimately the main reason why we're all here. And that's hard to do if all our people that are doing that job are going to greener pastures. If we max out on other positions, it's going to be harder to make adjustments in the following year to fix what I see is really the larger or more serious problem that we have to address. So adding staff in other departments, I'm not saying it's not needed, but is that our top need going into this year? And again, I don't want to put us in a position where, if we max out and in future years, things don't look as rosy, we paint ourselves in a corner, and then you got some really tough choices to make, and you got some unhappy people walking around City Hall. So I'm urging a little bit more caution, and let's focus our resources where they really need to go for us to fulfill the mission of, running the city and keeping the citizens safe so that they can flourish. So that would be it for me.
Thank you, Dan. Larry?
Thank you, Chair. I had a list of about 40 items, but with conversations with the different staff and everything like that, now it's down to one. So I'll get that when we're talking.
Good.
I just want to, I want to agree with everybody up here and commend the staff, especially our treasurer, and what an excellent job she's done this last year on both budgets. So that's about all I have. Thank you.
Should we do this? Should we go through some highlights of each of the departments and then see if that precipitates some more questions and then go from there? Does that sound good, Rick?
Sure. And when you say highlights, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Is everybody okay with just some highlights, Steve?
I was just wondering if I could just state one thing real quick to I
Oh,
guess,
please.
better explain my position on where I'm talking with this. So the federal government, generally speaking, has to spend every dime that they bring in every year. All right. A lot of people don't know that. They can't have like what we do with a surplus that we can invest. That would require a law change for that to happen. And then when you combine with that, the fact that they often will come up with their list, if not almost annually, of what they want. And when it doesn't balance, what they do is they just come up with a rosier picture. Well, yeah, I know this is what they projected for revenues, but I think it'll be more. Nah, voila, we have a balanced budget. And that's quite often how our federal government works. And that's what's got us to a $32 trillion deficit. I don't want to see our city going down that path, spending every dime or close to it. And then we don't have a rainy day fund. Our bond rating goes down, which happened to our federal government, by the way. All right. And then on top of that, creating a conditions to where we depend on surpluses to balance our budget, when we better be right on those or we're really going to get bit. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sabrina, yes, please.
Can I just add a little bit to that point? So looking, I did, like I said, go back to 2008. And every year we've been able to move money to equipment replacement, which we do typically budget a deficit. So that's kind of the other benefit of being conservative with the revenues, even conservative with the expenses. Kind of looking back, looking at 2022 and 2023 in regards to our budgeted expenditures. In 2022, we were within $12,000 of our total budgeted expenditures. In 2021, it was $421,000. So like we are getting really close to our budgeted expenditures as well. 2023, we actually went over our budgeted expenditures. Thankfully, our revenues helped us because we went over in revenues. So that's just another piece of the puzzle, just to keep in mind, like inflation is real, right? And departments are having to use a lot more of their operating supplies, office supplies, whatever that may be, because the costs are so much higher. And over the last couple of years, we've been able to use those surpluses for equipment replacement. We offered the insurance incentive. We provided additional trainings for staff, complete IT projects mid-year, and then potentially, if we have a surplus this year, help fund the fire truck. So that's kind of why my position is where it's at, why I budget so conservatively in regards to revenues.
Thank you. Thank you. What would the group like to see? Budget highlights by department, more questions? What's,
Normally what we do is we just go tab by tab through the book and some tabs go very fast.
okay.
It's more systematic. But it's up to you.
Rick, did you want to lead that by tab or what's your thoughts?
I can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
So everybody has their budget book in front of them. So the first tab is the assessment information. I don't know if there's anything we need to do on that, but if anybody has any questions, can certainly answer those at this point in time. And if no questions there, then the next tab is the wage information.
Rick, I just want to point out that the total assessed value looks like in 4 years has gone up by like, half of $500 million. Is that correct?
I believe. Yes. Sorry.
That's a pretty significant increase. I don't think we should gloss over that. That's, as a percentage, pretty high. But, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to put the brakes on.
No problem. If there's
Celebrate.
any comments or questions are welcome. So any other thing on the assessment information? All right, next one is the wage information. Again, just sets forth, you see there's health insurance premium costs there, our wage grid for the various different, and then the personal justification for non-union staff and union staff. Any questions on that? If I go too fast, you have to let me know. Next tab is the budget summary. It's self-explanatory. It's going to give the summary of the things that we're about to go through. Any questions on the summary portion of it?
In the, I did have this circled. For CDA management, we've got $10,000. What is that going towards?
Can you tell me what sheet you're on?
Page 1, and we're in budget summary, are we not?
Oh, so that $10,000, it's in the CDA tab as well, but that's revenue. For the CDA, they have about $400,000 sitting in the LGIP. So they receive some revenue and then they have operating expenses.
Okay, why is that listed under management then?
It's CDA, it's CDA
Well,
management.
they're
that's-
managing it,
yeah.
okay.
All right, if there's no other questions under that one. The next one is revenues. Again, sets out the revenues for the city for the budget. If there's any questions on any of those.
You slow down just a little bit, 'cause
Yeah.
there's lots.
Sure.
You might be a faster page turner, but we have a lot of pages to, and then we have to also look at them for a quick second. I do have one quick question. I think I had already confirmed with Rick, but I just want to confirm also again, under page 2 of 101, whoever wants to answer, it has to do with street opening permits. I'm guessing that we've had so much activity the last, especially 2 years, the last couple of years. I'm assuming that has to do with
Fiber,
pardon?
fiber.
Fiber,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you. Thank you. All I have, thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat what you just said? Page, 2 of 101?
It has to do with, it's the street opening permits, about the middle of the page. We've had increased, activity on the revenue side because of fiber coming in with 3 different companies.
44,325.
Yeah, 44325. So, but I see that we are also anticipating greatly reduced because I'm assuming they're pretty
They're-
much.
They're getting close to completing the projects.
On that same page, under, this might be a Katie thing. We've got 130,000 in building permits, but it looks like we're usually consistently a lot higher. Are we expecting less building permits to come in, or are we just being very conservative?
I can take that. Katie and I did meet with Brad as well, and Katie can definitely add any additional input. But again, that number, again, get ourselves in a hole if we budget too high and then a project doesn't happen. So it has been high the last few years. But we both Katie, myself and Brad felt most comfortable at 130,000.
All right, and just kind of looking at that for activity for 2024, that's more than half of, 130 is half of the revenue. It's about a third of the revenue from 2023. And then in 2022, it was, I mean, we were under, so it just strikes me that as tight as we were with revenues, that, I mean, it's good to have some headroom, but it seems like that's an awful lot of headroom.
What I'm also looking at, and Dan, go down just a couple more lines for like the electrical permits and the heating and AC permits also, kind of along the same vein.
So, thank you, Chair. Also to note on this, a lot of the reason that you're seeing some of these bigger figures over the last couple of years is because we've been very blessed with apartment construction in our community. Many of our apartments are multi-phase year. We are coming to the end. A lot of them that had projects that would go between 2 to 3 to 4 years, and they'd build one apartment every year. Some of these they're finishing out. So what you're going to likely see, and also if you look at our border, we don't have a lot of vacant land left. So while we have had a good turn in terms of revenue, I think a lot of that has been paid towards our fee schedule, that we have actively been making sure that the amounts that we're bringing in. So I would be hesitant to continue to look at increasing that number, knowing that we are having less land and the projects that we've been counting on for revenue are coming to a close.
Do we only take into consideration what we are counting on? So like if something comes that we don't know about, that's just gravy, is that how we're treating it?
Pretty much, because we have ideas of, again, multi-year projects, what we believe is on the horizon. We're trying to guess what we believe the market will do. Sometimes people come out of the woodwork. You've had a piece of land that's been vacant for 20 years and they decide they want to do something that has been sitting with no activity and no questions. We also have a lot of projects where people have plans for things and then they go silent. And they may go silent for a year, they may go silent for 3 years. So we don't know what people are going to do. So this is our best estimate. And we're also trying to focus more on what our residential properties are doing, because people that want to do an addition or people that want to do a new deck, we don't know when that's going to happen. So by keeping those numbers conservative, it's in the best interest of the city.
Okay, and then my other note on this page was court penalties, 45,110. Are we too high there? Because we're at like year to date, we're at 60. I don't know if this is through September and.
This would be through September, but not including, we're usually by like it probably does, no, it would not. So I ran this report on the 25th of September. So we would record the court penalty is usually by like the 15th of the following month because it's in a different program. So I think 80,000 is appropriate, looking at the last few years, but I purposefully brought that number down because we haven't hit the 95,000 in the past few years.
I was gonna say, it seems like we've fallen short, so, okay, so we did make an adjustment.
Sean, could I just real quick have
Please.
a request?
Please.
As we go through these, I just ask if you're going to refer to a line, could you give us the line number as well as the page number? It'll make it a lot easier.
Follow along. Yep.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Yep.
A lot of pages.
Rick.
Okay, next one. All right, next tab is the common council budget. Any questions?
Double.
What a winsome
I'm
group.
sorry,
That should be doubled.
should we double? We'll work on that. All right, if no questions on that one. Next tab is Police and Fire Commission.
It's only $275. Past that.
All right. If no questions on that one, next one is the city attorney budget. All right, next one is the city administrator budget.
And I have a question. What is the, we have other contractual services, which is 51408 290? What is that?
So that one, I didn't have that in the last year. So what I added to that one, the County of La Crosse had reached out to the mayor and I regarding our Sharps boxes. They maintain 2 of them within the city, and they asked that we would cover the cost of the 2 boxes. So that's $2,000 of that 4,000, and then the other 2,000 was to carry on the citywide training budget that I had previously done this year for 5,000, put it down to $2,000 to continue doing some citywide training opportunities for staff.
Well, is that just this year or will that be ongoing?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Is that just this year or will it be ongoing?
That both of those would be ongoing. All right, next, oh yeah.
So right now, under the equipment replacement, if we pass this book today as is, and then I'm assuming, because I know equipment replacement is a tab later on. So we're talking about spending total 33,000 for the upgrade the city's existing workout area and move the existing break room from the basement to the 3rd floor. Where about on the 3rd floor are you anticipating?
So if you take the elevator up to the 3rd floor, there's kind of that, what I call the dead space up there, that it isn't utilized for anything. You can access the roof from that area up there as well. Part of the thought process was, so the gym downstairs that we currently have is very outdated and does not have updated equipment. There was a request from various staff about maybe doing a Y membership. So we took a look at that as well too. That cost was, in my opinion, significantly higher than the cost of redoing the weight room downstairs and then maybe adding in what I would call a cardio room, and then moving the break room upstairs. You know, right now the break room that's in the basement, it's 4 brick walls and a refrigerator and a sink. The 3rd floor, there's at least some windows. So if someone did want to spend time on a break in the break room, there would at least be something that would be a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. So the cost of moving that to the upstairs is minimal according to conversations with Brian. And then I did receive an estimate from a company regarding the setup of updating the equipment room or exercise room as well as the cardio room. And that was just under 30,000. Again, not saying we would go with that company for that cost, but that was just getting a ballpark number as to what that would look like.
And I know that that workout room, it's available to all employees, including the electeds.
Yes.
Does anyone have a handle on the actual usage of that room? Like, I remember when I signed whatever you have to sign to be able to use it. Does anyone do you have to log any hours or do we have any idea?
We don't have a We don't have,
Use it to police.
we don't have a formal
or-
process. I know police and fire typically use it for extent. But anybody beyond that, I'm not aware of who uses it. I did do a survey shortly after I started to see if the staff were interested in it. And basically the feedback was if there were some modifications, there would be much more interest in using the equipment downstairs. But just the way it's set up right now is just, it's not.
Yeah, it's kind of small and cramped and,
Yep.
yeah, it is.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, Rick, with the health insurance that the employees get now, does that cover a gym membership?
I don't believe so, but I'll ask that question to anybody else, but I don't believe it does.
No, it does not.
Mhm. I will say that Amy Franzen had brought a grant to my attention for ETF, I believe it was, that there might be, it's not a lot of money, but there might be some funds there available that could contribute towards the cost of the gymnasium. Anything that basically is health conscious kind of thing would qualify. So there would be some, again, $5,000 or less, but there would be some potential funding available there, if that is approved. So.
Thank you.
Next tab is the mayor's budget.
Rid of the whole department.
I'd say, but it'll probably get hit.
No pizza for Dan tonight.
So Rick, Andrew, the mayor, I see that when, I forgot, is it Neil who has since resigned from the chambers? So, you went with like a lower, and I see that you put it under the mayor's for the $1,500, which I totally support.
Well, I had
Um,
previously had that, they had an initiative to help with talent
Yeah.
attraction, regional talent attraction. Is what had been in there when that 1050 was in there. That's what that was for. We did a 3-year commitment with them. And then now like to move to the chamber relationship.
Okay, thank you.
Next tab is finance.
On this one, also other contractual services, I was curious what that was. It's 290,
And what page?
105.
Thank you.
I'll take that. So in my other contractual services account, that includes bank charges. So we do take a portion of the credit card fee for using a credit card when you come into City Hall. It is offset by miscellaneous revenue. So you could put them in the same account, but for accounting purposes, it's much cleaner if you keep them separate because that truly is an expense versus money coming in. So 12,000 of that is for bank charges. We have to have some bond coverage for some of my staff. So that's around $1,200 a year. Armored car services. So that's something that we put into place shortly after I started here at the city instead of taking a police officer off the road to take our deposit to the bank. We now use Rochester Armored Car. That's $2,100 a year. And then we also pay for all of the tax bills to be mailed, and that's usually around 5,000 to 5,500. So I budgeted 5,400. We also do a tax bill mailing insert with that as well. So the reason you see the increase is the last few years we have gone over budget in that line. Again, we do offset, a lot of those charges are offset by miscellaneous income. But that's why you see an increase in other contractual services.
Well, let me clarify the question then. So 2024 seems like that was unique. So why was it lower last year? And then 22 and 23, it was, it looks like we had an off year last year where it was lower and then now it's back to normal. So what's different?
It was cut last year when we were going through we put a lower amount in for the 2024 budget. And then this year, just taking a look at those credit card charges, which is why I increased it.
Mike?
I just had a quick question. With that new software that we talked about last night at F&P, is that something where we still have the same charges for credit card payments online?
Mhm. We will, but likely it will be able to just push it all to the customer. So when they come in, they'll have software where like they just pay it right out of pocket. We can make that happen, which they do now. But then right now, the way it works is we can only charge a percentage fee, where different cards charge a different amount. So I think through BSNA payments, we'll be able to just charge them and then that amount will just stay at BSNA and then we are not paying it out of pocket. We will still pay, based on the PSC, we do pay any credit card charge if someone pays for their water bill. Like that's part of our, rules with the PSC for water billing. But then water, sewer and storm will get charged for that going forward.
Thank you.
That was my question.
Okay, Diane?
Thank you, Chair. So Sabrina, I was going to ask it last night, but I thought I'd wait till today. I was waiting for someone to ask the question, so I guess I'll be the target. As it relates to the new software coming up, which I think everyone's really excited about, from a council point of view, will our budget books be some semblance of what we have now going forward, or?
I will not know that. It'll look probably similar to the PDF that was sent out where you have where you have the sheets for each department. But the backup sheets will not exist anymore because the departments will manually put in their own budgets. It will not be via an Excel spreadsheet that gets sent to me and then I type into Tyler.
So because right now you sent out the budget, you had two attachments. You had the budget and then you had what I call the bonus sheets. So
The
what
bonus sheets will be gone.
will be gone?
Correct.
So then where do we as a council find those numbers that match up with? Because if someone's sitting here today and all they have before them is a budget and they don't have all the supporting documentation, then now you're inviting a whole host of questions because one does not understand what all those numbers are contained within all those funds.
Point of order. I think we're getting,
Oh,
I think this is probably a topic for
okay,
later.
sure.
Rick?
Oh, sorry. Making sure there weren't any more. No. All right. Next budget is city clerk.
Sure. After this, we should get a raise.
I have a question on this one. Yeah, this was one where I saw a lot of, they seemingly small changes from the submitted to the administrator budget. And I just want to make sure that that's reconciled with that department head to make sure that this isn't inadvertently creating some kind of crisis. Because, you know, looking at the numbers, the projections weren't that different from historical before they were changed. So I don't know if Rick wants to talk about why all these are changed,
Sure,
you
I
know,
mean-
what your strategy was in adjusting these.
Yep, some of them, there are some minor changes, again, my perspective, minor changes to some of the line items, to try and get to the point of having the balanced budget. For example, I know that in 2025, the election isn't as big as what the 2024 was. So those were some of the thought processes that went into it. I guess that's what I can add at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that comment that you're changing it to try to make a balanced budget, you know, means it could be artificially changed. So Joanne, are any of these going to create a problem for you? Like, can you already see that you're likely not going to meet these budgeted numbers? Because that's we create a real budget of actual numbers based on all the data we have over years. And so I don't want to have us get into a habit of adjusting these to make the budget match, when in reality, we can say, it's like saying we have a history on how much gas the police department is going to use. We can pretty closely predict that. The variable is how much is the gas going to cost, right? So we want to budget our best guess of what we think that would be. So if you want to just address some of these changes and let us know your thoughts.
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. While it's true that there were some minor adjustments made, I have a very small budget to begin with. So a difference of $1,000 in my budget was a difference of my budget being cut by 9%. My budget has been cut by 16% since 2021. So my budget has shrunk considerably through the years, and it's getting to the point where I am concerned if I have an unexpected expense, where that money will come from. So when I look at my overall budget, I think it is definitely possible for me to stay within the overall budget. There's a couple line items that I'm worried about. I don't know if we want to get into the nuts and bolts of changing amounts and line items or just focusing on the overall budget. Because I do feel within the overall budget, I'm still able to stay within that amount. There's a couple of line items like operating expenses and the line item for employment testing. That's what we do for background checks for solicitors' licenses. I'm concerned I might go over in both of those line items, but there's others, seminars, conference and travel. The annual clerks conference is in La Crosse next year, so there won't be a hotel expense. So that's a savings that in other years I won't have, but next year I will have a savings when it comes to conferences. So overall, I feel like this year I can stay within this amount. Next year might be a different story if it wouldn't go up next year. Thank
From
you.
my perspective, I think now is the time to make adjustments to the line items. I mean, if not at FMP2, then when?
Quick question. So I just want to make sure I'm on the same page because am I missing something? So are we on Department 51420 City Clerk, page 12 of 101?
Yep.
So Joanne, you said that you were cut almost 9%?
When looking at the items that I can control outside of wages and benefits. So the items that, my department has control over, that would be like phone and internet, equipment maintenance, office supplies, postage, copy usage, not counting wages and benefits.
5 down. So from 225 down, that is what you control. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, when I look, okay, and again, please tell me if so when I look at the 2025 department, that was what you submitted. That's a 221, 110.
Correct.
And what city administrator submitted was a 219, 610. And this is for, wait a minute, I'm just making sure this is for expenses, correct? And so we're looking at a difference of $1,500 for the entire year.
If I could, so but
Help me,
that's
help me,
looking
please.
at, the salaries, wages, FICA, insurances, retirement, all that is
Yeah.
not something that any department can control. Those are must-pay expenses.
Right.
So that's where if I understand what Joanne is saying is from line 225 on down, that's the only portion she's referring to, saying that she's been cut that percentage. Right?
Okay.
So phone, equipment, transcription, office supplies, postage, et cetera, that type of a thing.
Okay.
Because the salaries and the wages and all that, it is what it is. Those are set.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
What I heard was 330 is high, and she thinks that she can make that work, but some of the other things are probably too low. And I'm just suggesting we should set this right now rather than, I mean, if we don't set it right, why are we here? Let's just, each department tells us how much money they need and then we all go home. But, we're here to do the budget. So,
And again, when,
if
because I
if I
have
were
a small
to ask
budget.
Joanna, like could you give us some specifics on, if the lacrosse, the seminars in lacrosse, and you're not gonna have to spend 2,500, how would you allot that money differently to meet the needs that you would see in your office?
Right. And I just wanted to, maybe we're setting a precedent for every department going forward. If we want to get into the nuts and bolts of changing line items, or if we're really just more concerned about staying within the overall budget. So I don't know if that's a Sabrina question, if that's Sean, if it's Rick.
Yeah, and I think my purpose, you know, if, as long as you can meet, you said that you think that you'll be able to meet your budget, just not by line item. I think
Correct.
that's okay. And my main purpose in calling it out is because I don't think that any of us, like, we try to avoid this, right? We want the budget to be a real budget that the department heads are bringing forward, and everybody realizes the financial problems. So we just don't want to keep getting further away from reality just to try to meet the budget, right? So I'm okay with not making any change. I think we made the point by having the discussion.
Any other questions on this one? If not, Rick?
Next one is the elections budget.
You certainly can see the difference between an off cycle and an on cycle in a presidential election.
And you have record turnout.
Yeah.
Just great.
If no questions. Human resources is next.
I guess I'll go ahead and ask that same question, you know, just as for the clerk, we had these changes from the proposed to the administrator budget, only here it's in an opposite direction. So I don't know if, you know, I'm assuming the submitted budget was coming with input from the department head. And so maybe then Rick's philosophy, since here you weren't trying to meet budget, there must have been some other extraneous things going on that prompted you to make these line item changes, or Sabrina maybe.
Yeah, can I just add, so one of the things in the department budget, when it came to wages and staffing, I did not include the administrator's program or plan that's brought forward to you. So for example, for human resources, it would be on the first page in the tab after the title page, the wage permanent part-time, that was not included in the department line, because at that point it was a limited term position. So that's part of the reason for the increase, a portion of it.
Correct. That is the part-time administrative person in the human resources. And then there was a little bit in regards to the office workspace that individual has to expand that. So it's a little bit bigger. I don't know if you haven't seen it, it's a pretty small space. And so there was a little bit added to expand that space as well. All right. No other questions. And the next one is the assessor budget.
So I see with the operating supplies that we've decreased substantially from where we were, for instance, in 2023. But I mean, I'm seeing numbers all over on this year by year. Do we think we're going to be able to stay within that 1,600?
It will be tough because we are trying to send out as much information as we can through water bills and letters regarding the reevaluation.
Yeah, I think that will be a challenge, particularly in this year because it is a full reval year.
How often do the full revals occur?
There hasn't been one since what year?
2019?
Yeah.
2019, yeah.
2019.
Or a 5-year cycle-ish, kind of?
We're going to do market adjustments more frequently, which will lessen the need for a full reval.
Was that considered that this is a full reval? Was that considered when the reduction came across their city administrator?
It was, I know some of the notifications are being done this year. So some of that expense is already being put into this year's budget versus next year's. So there was some consideration for that as well. All right, any other question? No other questions? IT is the next budget.
Thank you. If we could have Joe talk, our IT director talk a little bit about the, what I perceive to be the success of the printer project that you brought forth this past year.
Yeah, sure. When I got here, I immediately recognized an area where we could start saving some actual real money. So we ended up doing the printer contract, and I don't have the exact amount we're saving, but it's probably about half of what we were spending before. So pretty significant, $10,000 to $12,000. So made a pretty significant impact on that. I have a, I always try to find ways to save us money before I'm going to go and spend some crazy amount of money on something. So another thing that we identified this year is that we were overpaying on our phone bill. Our phone bill has dropped over $300 a month from here on out without cutting any phone lines or anything like that. Just by catching billing errors that have been going on. So I'm always looking for ways to save us some money before I spend it.
I think we can all appreciate that. I know for one, this is, I think the older person's office, as long as I've been here, we might be on our fourth printer. It's the first one that actually works.
I've heard a lot of feedback about that.
Yeah, and it's been just really nice. And I know that there has been more of a push to, which I agree with, because I know serving on that technology advisory committee all those years, the committee members who were, community members who had to live in the city of Onalaska. And so they, of course, they were the techies, they never understood, but they also didn't understand municipal government, why so many departments had to have, especially police and fire with grants and such, you had to have your own silos of your computers and your printers and for the cars and stuff, because it's just very much that way. But I, for one, appreciate that we're looking at more of a consolidation and just try to be more efficient. And so I understand too that you're also trying to, administration is also trying, you're working with administration to bring more IT projects and such and costs under your department, which seems to make sense, instead of everyone just doing their own thing. And then people are, through the years, people were buying their own printers, and then they couldn't understand why they weren't working. They weren't talking to other printers, and what a mess. So I think maybe this is the one time that I would introduce just the conversation of, since we're on IT now, is this software. And I would invite anyone who would want to talk about it. Whether it's Chief Ashbeck in conjunction with Joe or anyone else, I'll just leave it up to whoever wants to talk about that software.
240?
It's not in here.
Okay.
But from what I understand in talking with Joe, our IT director, that it's not anything that we could put under equipment replacement, because this would be like a recurring cost.
I can start unless
Okay.
Chief Ashbeck wants to. So I assume you're referring to the Just FOIA, the records management software?
Say that again.
The records management software?
Yes, for open records request.
Yes. So if you haven't heard, I think we've said it time and time again, and it's led to staffing increase requests over the last couple of years, is we get a substantial amount of open records requests. So for instance, since we launched the website on August 12th, the police department has received over 200 requests for incident reports, accident reports, videos. If you consider that the average request can take 4 to 8 hours, multiply 4 to 8 hours times 200. And then if you consider the fact that we have a 6 to 9 month backlog at any given moment, that's kind of where records sit in the city. And part of that is just the evolution of a lot of things. It's the evolution of the internet. It's the evolution of a body camera, which requires, significant redaction and review prior to releasing records. People are more aware of their right to request records. We're seeing a lot of people that will request records so that they can profit from them by putting them on the internet, which requires really substantive review of the records prior to going out. And so all of this has just created sort of a mess, both like legally, staffing wise, and just the management of it. And right now, we don't have a great system to manage these. They're getting them in, they're tracking them on an Excel spreadsheet. There's no easy way to communicate between departments when we have records that like lapse. So sometimes you'll get a record request that's partially the police department, but maybe it touches building inspection because, you know, the police record, we had police attendant inspection, so they've got a record, Katie's got a record, and then I've got a record because, you know, I reviewed X and did something with it. And so then you have 3 departments, and we don't have a good system to manage the flow of the records between that. So we've looked at, one example is the Just FOIA that we used for the base of the cost estimate for this, but there are software systems out there. If you want to look at that particular one, you can visit Fond du Lac or Eau Claire's website, and it would give you an example of what it is. But they manage, it's very similar to the website. It would be integrated into it. It would pull the record request in, and there would be a back-end software system that it would feed out to the appropriate department. It could be tracked through there. It could be managed through there. It would make sure the flow, the timing, all of that, you know, was being monitored. It would allow for better internal communication. So if somebody, you know, went on vacation and left off, it's in a much better place for the next person to pick that record request up because it's all in a central location, as opposed to trying to like pull up a spreadsheet and seeing, okay, you know, Sue left the request off here, and I can kind of piece together what she's done in like the S drive, but like, again, there's no real great management of this.
And right now, each department, y'all don't know whether you got one or she's got one, y'all got one, right? You don't know
Correct.
that.
Yes, so if
you're not
we are not talking to each other, then we also don't know what we don't know. And so we could be working on the same record request without even knowing it because we don't have a good centralized communication feature.
And so I had asked, well, and then there's another piece of it, well, I'll bring up, I hate to say it out loud because I don't want to give them any more traction, but there's also people like Amanda just mentioned about the, with the internet, and people will go ahead and do public records requests, and then they go ahead and sell the information that they get from us for free. Or, well, you know, they put it on the internet and then they make money off of it. And maybe this is not the correct forum, but is that anything that we can do to, or
So-
lobby our legislators to do something about? Because that just does not seem right.
There were some recent law changes that do allow us to charge a limited amount in certain situations. However, we're still kind of working through that because right now, if you go in and they attest to the fact that they're not like financially gaining from this, then it's really the onus is on us to prove that they are. And then, you know, what are our options from there? Like fining them is not going to be useful because they're usually in another state,
We know
sometimes
one.
even another country. You know, so is it something where, you know, if we're aware of that, are we able to block those record requests? We're looking into that right now, but we don't know, have a lot of options.
Yeah, yeah. And I just, when, especially when we have local legislators who could, who we could tie, whether or not we can do anything, but I would certainly ask staff and administration to keep that in your hip pocket to reach out to those if we can do anything, because it just, because I know staff is just, you have your hands full and you have the backlog, and it's just, and so you're just chasing your tail for people who just want it for their own benefit, which just doesn't seem right. And I've also followed up that, so the ERP that finance is working on, there isn't any crossover. So the ERP system doesn't does not cover this. And my understanding is about a cost of about $12,500.
For the initial year, yes. Year 2 goes down a little bit because there's implementation costs. As with everything, software companies, build in increases. So according to the quote, year 3 is basically back up to 12.5.
Okay. So I just wanted to introduce it because after, when I know that it was one initiative that did not get passed, I'm certainly not trying to blow up the budget, but I would just ask that as a non-voting member at F&P2 this evening, this afternoon, just ask for maybe us to just think about it, before we get to the end of the night. It's just something that I know Chief Ashbeck said that you had gone ahead and you had your staff go ahead and look at it. Do you want to share any part of that at all?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, what Attorney Jackson said, 100%. I thought she did a great job summarizing that, but what I'd add to it is, when I showed my staff a demonstration of it, we met with the company officials. They were very excited about it because I think they could see that it has built-in efficiencies where you can have templates, letters, where you have to respond to somebody that you acknowledge it. You have to respond if you are redacting, why you redacted that information out. And so there's templates built in. And so they can more efficiently, click on those. They can insert the person's name or contact information and it's sent out. And then that's all tracked as compared to now, if we had to go back and find out, okay, when did we send out this request? We'd have to look in this staff person's email to be like, okay, this is, where they sent it or when they sent it. So again, it's a centralized location. One last thing I would bring up is like an incident we just had this last week. A particular video went out that has been very popular, had over 1.6 million views. And so now we started getting multiple additional requests from other YouTubers that want this video. So what this software allows us to do, it has unlimited storage where we can actually post things we think like this may be popular. Popular is maybe a bad word, but essentially things that will get multiple requests on. And so then they can just go out and get that right off our site and never even have to get it from us. A common situation that bigger cities have seen this is, let's say, an officer involved shooting. A lot of media requests all across the country or world may want those videos. And so you could put that in there instead of getting inundated with 100 different media outlets wanting that stuff. So this is a very small example of that, but it's very similar.
And thank you. And so last thing, I did ask department heads if it was not burdensome, because I was not looking to put any more on their plate, if they could come with an estimation of maybe year-to-date open records requests that they had. I know Joe had said that you had like maybe 11 year-to-date. And I think, but I mean, I kind of just didn't think about it, but when we go out to RFP, whether it's Dan or Katie or there's people, whenever there's a bid, especially I can imagine with the community center, people want to know, they're doing open records requests because they want to know more. So does anyone else come with numbers or just an idea of what your records requests year to date are? Just so we can kind of have an idea.
So for finance, we do get regular requests. I guess it would be what your definition is of a public record request. Because if you consider anybody from the public asking me about a number in our budget, is that considered a public record request? So it would depend on that, on what you consider a public record request.
I'll let
But
administration or legal answer that.
the standard, like someone emails us about a report, I would say easily probably 50 so far this year that we've, emailed back out. And actually the software would be more time consuming for me because I'd have to go and put it into the software, right? So that would make more work for my staff in regards to when we receive emails, but.
Can we charge, I don't think for just an open request, but what about like an expedited request? I'm just thinking if we could.
There is very, very little we can charge for, and we are charging for what we can.
Rick.
This is kind of off a little bit, but on the picture on the tab, it looks like there's somebody dressed up as a monster or something like that in the middle. Am I seeing that?
You win the prize for
Either
finding
that or
that.
somebody's very unphotogenic.
It was supposed to be Waldo, but he didn't show up.
So on, police, looking at line 240. This is on page 1 of 4 under police. I'm seeing over a 10% decrease from department admin on software maintenance. Is there justification for that? Did we just?
That is the Just FOIA software that was cut out of there.
Okay, got it. That's it right there. All right.
I just want to point out between on lines 120 and 121, the wages are lower than budgeted because of attrition, and overtime is higher because people have to fill that in, and this is an area that I think that we need to address.
All right, if no other questions, next is the fire department.
There's another, also line 240, substantial reduction in software maintenance.
And that one was a scheduling program that Chief Letty would like to have. There's still talk about the possibility of doing it in 2025, but that was the difference in that line item.
Okay.
That's right. That's, that was the other initiative that did not, I forgot, I couldn't read my writing. That's what that was.
And a $1,500 reduction in uniforms and safety attire. That's line 382 on page 2 of 4.
I'll take that one though.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
fine.
if you
Yeah,
could.
so we're looking at purchasing Class A uniforms. Currently our staff does not have any Class A uniforms. So if we do have a funeral we have to attend or an event like that, I thought it was very important that we work towards that. And we can do that over the course of several years and get there. But to purchase them all in one shot would be, I mean, they're $750. They're not cheap. So, yeah, we'll just get there in a couple of years instead of,
But this still allows you to start building that.
absolutely.
Right.
Yes, sir.
When Stephen, you had talked about that a few years ago at budget, had you?
Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
you had
that,
introduced something about that.
that's- I think it's important that when law enforcement or firefighter EMS have a fatality on duty, that we can show our colors and support. But this is one of the issues that prevents it, is we don't even have the uniforms for them to do it.
Appropriate dress.
So, yeah.
Chief, how do you issue those out? Seniority then?
Yeah, we'll probably go down the list in seniority or figure out a means to do that, but it's going to be over the course of a few years that we get these done.
And there would, and then when that happens, we'll have to have another discussion too, what would be the mile radius that we would limit them to? And obviously it would incur volunteers, things of that nature. So, but that would be a later discussion.
All right, if no other questions, next is inspections. All right, if questions on that, then engineering.
Inspection.
Can I ask a question on inspection? Are we at all worried? I don't know, I'll put Katie on the spot. 2023 total activity was 75,000. Are you at all worried with cutting that down to 70,000?
Sorry, could you?
Which line number?
Yeah, where are you at?
Sorry, Inspections 100-52400-290. Other contractual services, that's where we use GEC for our inspections. So
298. Yeah, give us just a second. 298?
290.
Oh, there we go.
So as you can see, we were very close
I'm in the wrong
last
department.
year with our total activity to our total budgeted amount. GEC does do all of our residential inspections, which is the primary user of this particular account. This account also assists in paying for things like certified survey maps that the city needs, legal costs that are associated with that, in addition to paying for much of the updates to the city's code work. And those are pretty notable expenses that as we continue to, for example, modify our ordinances, we have to pay for insertion of that to go into the website. And that is an expense that occurs throughout the year. Some of these are floating expenses where depending on the amount of work that we do, they are lesser in some years and more in the other. But we have been trying to stay within budget and use those dollars wisely as they have been presented. So the drop in $5,000, if anything, will likely impact if we do less additional of those work. So obviously we'll stay within the budget that's been allocated, but it is something that we try to do every year. So I think Amanda had a comment.
I would just sort of echo the concern in two areas. Specifically, when we first did the ordinance transition, we weren't updating very frequently because we weren't doing that many ordinances. We had come off sort of our big rewrite. At the same time, we launched the online ordinance system. We are going to probably end up being having done 3 this year, just with the timing of everything. We felt it was very important to get the parking ordinance in the ordinance system and not have it be in the new laws because that gets confusing. And also if we do a lot of ordinance changes, we've been expediting, they call them an update essentially. And so Katie's department has taken over payment for that. Also, I had requested an increase in my contractual services, which I did not receive, which is fine. But I was at budget this year for contractual services for outside legal costs. And so I've been pushing those costs back on departments where able. And Katie is one department where she fronts a lot of her own legal costs. So for instance, if we think about St. Paul Street and the many issues we've had there and the legal costs associated with that property, or, we have one on Fifth Avenue as well that we're going to be dealing with here in circuit court as well. If there are outside legal costs for those, Katie's department does pay for those, and those have been going up.
So are we hearing that 70,000, you'll just make it work, or does this need to be adjusted?
I originally had asked for the $75,000 because of the expenses that we were anticipating to occur. But it is ultimately up to the Common Council to decide if those dollars need to go elsewhere. And if that's the decision, we will do our best to stay within the budget. No, there would be the potential that we could go over budget. But I attempt to be as conservative as possible. So there's, like Joanne had mentioned, it is possible that I'll be able to make up for it elsewhere within my budget, but it is a concern if it is removed from the budget.
I'm just going to suggest that we kind of earmark this, not take action right now, but if there's an opportunity, then we can maybe circle back and review this.
Absolutely. Diane?
Thank you, Chair. So, and I know, I will direct it to Amanda. I know when we went, and also to Katie, when we went with the, what do we call it? The,
Like E-Code 360?
E-Code. Gosh, is it wonderful? It is the best thing. But I know y'all, you did tell us that it would be, I remember those conversations, that it was going to be costly to do those updates and you were going to try to limit them. But I certainly understand when you're talking about like the parking. And there's, I'm going to, I will always defer to staff's judgment to when you think that you need to make those, because I understand that the side. Yeah, I understand that, but I'm going to defer to staff when you feel the need to do that. If you have to do it a little bit oftener, then you just have to use your best judgment. But we were warned that it was going to be pricey. So, thank you.
All right, then on to engineering. All right, if no questions, and then street. And if no questions on that one, next one is street sign budget.
If we go to the electric sign that we're budgeted for under CIP, I don't know that that's not passed yet, but will that, would that come out of this budget or would that be buildings?
It will not come out of this budget.
This is more your actual highway and street signs. like
Yeah,
The ones you see on the roads that are DOT sanctioned.
Sure, well, they had like an entry for electric and gas and things like that, and I wasn't sure where that was coming from.
It'll be under the city hall electricity budget for the sign out front.
All right, if no other questions, streetlight department is the next one. All right, no questions on that one. Animal control next.
My question was, whose dog is it?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Did it come from the police department or no?
I believe it was during the Bark in the Park we did a couple years ago.
It was because they have the Farm and Fleet bandana on it, and they were giving those out.
All right, if no questions on that one,
The
then
dog sign
library is
on.
next.
A release. Are we on library then? Okay.
All right, no questions on that one. Parks is the next. Oop,
Yeah, I do.
sorry.
On line 214, this is page 47 of 101. In fire contractual, it's a small figure already going from 3,400 down to 2,500. That's a substantial percentage decrease. Is that assuming any risk there? It's 214 on page 47.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there's inspections, things we need to do. Unfortunately, some of that stuff happens in the fall of the year. So when our city administrator went through the budget process, he was looking at what we had spent year to date. And some of that funds weren't allocated at that time. We just completed those. So we have to do annual inspections. We have to have them monitored. We have to do that. Those are contractual costs that we have.
Comfortable that you can find that $900 shortfall elsewhere in your budget?
We will work with it and
Okay.
do our best to find it.
So for what I call the bonus sheet, so the two items that were taken out was Johnson Controls alarm monitoring for 400 and fire extinguisher inspection service annual for 500. So.
I mean, we have to do that.
Right.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
can't
Okay.
not do it.
Okay.
We're just.
So I think likely maybe what Dan's getting to, maybe not, I don't want to speak for him, is those are things that we will have to do. So don't be surprised if like a lot of these departments are coming in right at budget and we get closer to, like I said, hitting our total budgeted expenditures or going over in 2025.
So I'm hearing two things, like one it's kind of like we'll make it work, but we may go over is like, if we're gonna make adjustments, we should do that now. Is that, so I mean, I understand, I mean, if we put in that budget together, we're year to date is 240. And but you know, we look at what we spent last year, it was over 3,000, so. If we have to spend the money and we want to keep our library open and available to the public, then why don't we set this right? I mean, is the 3,400 what we know that we're gonna have to spend?
That's what we have contractually, what we need based on what we have. Yes.
All right, so if we want to make changes, we haven't really changed anything yet, so I think that we should set this right, but if we're adding $600, it has to come from somewhere. So do we want to find it later, or do we want to do it where we're doing the debit and the credit at the same time? I mean, if not, I'm going to make a motion that we increase line 214 by $600. Is that enough? Am I doing my math right?
900.
We'll just have to raise the library fees. So I'll rephrase my motion. I move that under the library budget line 214, that we increase the fire contractual to by $900.
I'll second it.
It has to be Mike or Sean.
Oh, voting members.
There's only 3 people.
I'll second.
Motion by Dan, second by Mike to increase that line item to $900. Any further discussion, Kim?
If I may. So normally, if in this budget, if we're ever increasing by anything,
Fine.
we have to determine where that money is going to come from. And I mean, I think that should be part of the motion, just my opinion. Thank you.
Sabrina or Rick, your thoughts on that?
That would be helpful, that if you're doing that, because that is what we've done in the past, is if you are going to increase a line, you have an offset and whether you're going to increase a revenue line or decrease a different expense within the budget.
Well, Mike just pointed out that there's operating supplies, looks like it's a little high, but it doesn't necessarily have to come from this library budget. So
I guess I just saw under 3-4, I just saw the difference. So I was just wondering, I mean, obviously if you need that to do it, but it was just something that stuck out.
I mean, the difficulty is standing here at this point in time. I think every single one of us in our budgets, as the process went through, had things removed from it. And so it's very difficult to call out this one line item when all 10 of us, 9 of us here have had stuff come out. You know, I think we understand the situation that the city administrator he was trying to do it. We will work within the numbers that we have, but I think if you come back and add this money in, you probably need to, and believe me, I don't want to be here any longer than anybody else, but you need to almost start back over and find the money that they were coming back in to do it. We will do our best to work with it. You know, Sabrina, you know, we've worked with it. We work with our accounts, so we know where they sit. And I think every one of us here do our best to keep our accounts so that we know at the bottom line that we don't go over that bottom dollar. And that's, you know, what we have going through. But that's just my 2 cents and knowing where we're going.
I guess the way that I feel about it is if we know that we're going to have to spend the money and we're not budgeting enough to cover what we know that we're going to have to spend, then why are we here looking at this? I mean, that's either we just throw the Hail Mary and say that we're going to hope it works out. But if we have a set expense that is required that we pay, we should be budgeting the whole amount for it. And you know, now is the time for us to make the adjustments. Now, unfortunately, I didn't know that this was kind of a must-have, and we were short. Otherwise, we could have looked for this earlier. I don't want to start over from the beginning. So we can either try to find it as we go along or see if there's ideas where we can pull it from, or we're just kind of rubber stamping and glossing over everything. We're acknowledging that there's a problem, but not doing anything about it. And that doesn't really sit well with me. So, I think it's part of our job to set this stuff straight at this point.
Yeah, so slightly differing view. I'm bringing these things up so I can understand, but the bottom line is we go all the way down to the bottom of the page under department total. What we have here is a $1,300 decrement from department versus admin. So the only question ultimately I'm going to have for Dan is, do you think you can cover that $1,300? I'm not in the business at my level, I don't think, of micromanaging individual lines. I just want to make sure they have the budget they need. In this case, the 101,776 versus 103,11. So I asked that question just because I was curious about the decrement. I know that these are must pays, but in the end, you know, I asked Dan, I said, do you think your budget will be able to cover it? He answered yes. So that means that 101,776 is good with him. I'm not going to get into the business of how many pencils and reams of paper you need under office supplies. I can trust directors for that.
I think the staff they're always going to find a way to make it work, but it's our job to make sure that they have the resources to do so. So, and the thought is, if we're knowing that we're going to have to take from, you know, like, we think that this is a little high and we think that this is a little low and it's all going to work out. You know, it's really not budgeting, as the mayor pointed out earlier. I mean, we have to go with our best, most, you know, educated guess on how we're going to allot those funds. And how we're doing that is a complete break from that. I mean, it's like, there's enough there. It'll be fine. And I just don't think that's a good way for us to do business.
And if I could add to that, I think what we hear at budget time and through the year, every calendar year, we hear our 10 department heads say, when we're at times like this, and I've heard you say it all more often than what I really want to hear. So I appreciate you saying it, but it always pains me and pinches me a little bit when I hear it, because I understand where you're coming from, but I've heard you say many times, we'll make it work. We can make it work. We've all heard that, right? You know, when, you know, and we're hearing it again tonight, and we hear that at different times at council meetings, you know, when something has to do with money so I hear what Alder Stevens is talking about is that, you know, but then we have to increase some revenue somewhere. So,
Or decrease in expenditure.
right. So, but, so I appreciate you all putting on a brave face and saying, well, we can make it work, but I know that also adds to your stress. So I recognize that. Thank you.
So I don't know what the consensus is. I can withdraw the motion or we can address this. I don't want to stop it and make it so we're here in midnight trying to figure this out, but I see procedurally that we're going about this problematically.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anybody, but I do think we don't usually make line item changes, you know, and as multiple people have said, if we're going to change this one, then really we should change all of them. I think what we're looking at, like, as we're going through the detail, and I think what I'm kind of seeing as the pattern is we have a little bit of a, you know, it is the city administrator's first year doing the budget. And we do have a budget strategy meeting. And so maybe we didn't communicate some of the expectations, you know, that this budget is real numbers. And based on history and based on the department recommendation, those are real things that they are going to need. And that we traditionally don't, you know, and that includes the revenue and the expenses on both sides. So I think that's kind of what the overall pattern is, and that it may be better to kind of work through this and then come up with more of a systematic resolution that the council would like to see to meet whatever the council's goal is. But that's just one viewpoint. Thanks.
Sean? Oh, want to go away. Go ahead.
Full support there too.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna offer the suggestion of perhaps you've already sort of started this with noting, you want to come back and look at, Katie's account. I'm sure Sabrina's taking notes over there. Maybe she's not, but I would be shocked if she wasn't. Maybe much like we do with the CIP and the maybes, we just keep a list of accounts and dollar amounts that we're interested in revisiting and go through keep proceeding as we are, and then maybe see what we have on that list, if it's worth going back and making adjustments or not at the end.
Yeah, well, and I would support that if what I'm hearing, in this case from Dan, sorry to pick on you, but we're on library, and he says to us, I cannot meet library needs with 101,776. If I heard that, then I'm like, all right, let's delve into this and find where it is. Otherwise, we're circumventing the entire staff process that they did in the first place to come up with these numbers. And if he's telling us he can make it work on 101,776, I trust he can. I don't need to go in line by line saying, well, Dan, I think you got this one wrong. Let's go and fix that one. And now the next one. Might as well have been in the whole staff process all along and just have them come in the common council room and do it in front of us. There comes a certain level of trust that the directors, their staff, in conjunction with legal, finance, and our city administrator have done their due diligence. So I would only want to go line by line if I'm told flat out, I can't do it on that bottom line.
Okay. What am I hearing? We come back to this, then rescind the motion?
So I'm willing to withdraw my motion. I was going to say, if we don't want to take action on this now, then I was going to suggest we add it to the 5,000 for inspection. But that said, just conceptually, we could shortcut this whole process here that we're doing tonight and only look at that bottom line and department head, can you make this, can this work? Do we not look at anything? Job at F&P two is to get into the weeds and to take a look at this and to see if there's errors and there's things that we need to fix. And in doing so, it's not trying to undercut staff. It's I'm trying to make their job easier. In this case, Dan Wick has a problem. He's budgeted not enough money for the specific thing that we have to pay. And it's setting it up that he's going to have to find how to do that. To me, I think it's kind of our job. This is what council does. We go over the budget and we approve it. And I'm a little baffled as, kind of what we're doing here, because we could be done with this by now if we just went every tab. Are you good? Are you good? Are you good? Great. Let's go break. And that's not, it just doesn't seem like we're doing our duty in that case to me. So, but I will withdraw my motion.
Mike needs to withdraw his second.
Oh,
I'll withdraw my second.
second motion and second now withdrawn. Stephen?
And I'd be in 100% agreement with you if we were handed a budget that wasn't balanced. Then we would have to go line by line and figure out how we're going to get there. And we have had to do that in the past. Thank you.
Rick?
All right, next one is the parks budget.
Yes.
No, no.
Dan Wick, I apologize. There's one question I forgot to ask you. The UTV. We've been talking about storage.
That's
Where are we gonna put that?
that's equipment replacement, but I can address it here.
Yes.
That is stored right now in Roe Park Shelter, or what was a shelter? Well, we have a storage up there. That's stored in our facility.
Perfect. I'm good. Thank you.
And I see under 363, equipment maintenance repairs on 48 of 101, there's a decrement, but I can understand that based on historical expenditures, that one doesn't alarm me as much. Unless there's something that is new that needs to be maintained that we didn't know in the past. So, all right.
All right, no other questions. Next one is recreation.
Good. Under, this is page 50 of 101 now, under 330, seminars, conference and travel. I see again, these are small dollars, so in the end, it's any difference is going to be a substantial percentage, but the increase in seminars, conference and travel. Is there additional conferences that are coming up that we're planning on doing there?
And I can answer that one in regards to why it was an increase. So one of the things when I went into the budget for this year was looking at what does each department have for training budget for opportunities for their staff. My recollection, if I'm remembering this incorrectly, Dan can correct me, but I believe that he just wanted to have some opportunities for his staff. He didn't say anything specific. And so there was an opportunity to increase that a little bit to make sure. I think they have one additional staff last year that came on, if I remember correctly. That actually might be Parks, I apologize. But in any event, it was an opportunity for, there might be some additional training opportunities for their staff.
On line 120, how's it that we have negative wages? I mean, that appears that somebody is paying us to work here. Which if so, how do we do more of that?
What are you complaining about? I think what had happened is that was probably a journal entry that probably was taken out of the wrong account. When we're hiring seasonal employees and things like that, I'm sure it was something that was a journal entry that probably got charged to Parks or got charged to Rec and it should have went to another account.
You just have really motivated folks who pay us to work here.
Fun place.
That is likely what happened is it probably was a typo, like it probably should have gone to 110 instead of 120. At the end of the day, they net against each other. I mean, if you want me to do a journal entry to fix it, I can.
It just looked interesting.
Yeah.
All right, next one is the Aquatic Center. No questions, planning and zoning?
Point of order question, was 5 o'clock, are we waiting for, will someone alert when the food's here? Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Next one is the Park Fund.
Food.
Park Fund.
We're on one of three there.
Did we skip over?
All of order.
Oh, nope, I noticed that one and I didn't hear any.
Oh, planet. Okay.
That's what I thought.
Oh.
Sabrina?
Just a clarification question. So I did write down notes as you were going through about different items. Do you want to go back to them at the end or at the end of the general fund? Because Katie is the end of the general fund. So just wondering, point of order, how you want to do that.
General.
Maybe that would coincide with a break.
Okay.
All right, other questions? Anyone want to readdress the couple of items that I believe were talked about?
Did you want to do that now or after the break? I was,
Thought we were gonna do this one first.
okay, yeah,
Then
go ahead.
Then,
take a
yeah,
break and then rehash them.
then finish up. Yeah, that's all good.
Are we done with planning and zoning? Is
Mhm.
there just no questions?
Mm-mm.
Or did you say you do have a list of the items that were?
Yep.
Okay.
So the first one would be, and these were ones that were noted. I know there was other concerns, like I said. I know Joanne had mentioned in her budget, so I don't know if you want to go back to that one as well or not. Okay, so then we would go, that would be the first one would be in the clerk's budget. I think the main point here was there was a 9% decrease from what, really what Joanne has control of. So that starts with line 225 down to line 381. There was, a large decrease. So it's kind of up to the committee if you'd like to increase any of those lines. And I could make a tally and then, you could, if there is interest in that, and then finding a lump sum dollar amount. I don't know how you want to do it.
So I recall, I mean, Joanne, you said that the travel and seminars was, you were not going to use all of that. Was that correct?
Correct. So for me, it would be more so line item adjustments. I feel overall I'm able to stay within the 10,000 overall budget. So if we're not looking to make line item adjustments, which has been, consistent throughout the night, I don't feel like we need to go back and review mine. I just basically, wanted to indicate that there should be an expectation that there might be a couple that I need to go over by a little bit, but I'm still confident I can stay within my overall budget this year.
I can go either way. I'd fix it now, but if we want to just say we're good, we're good. You two, what do you think?
If Joanne's mentioning she's gonna be fine, I'm fine with leaving it.
Two, Diane?
Unfortunately, it's the downfall of being at the top of the budget book. When the cuts start, they start at the top and I'm one of the first ones, so I consistently get hit on my budget every year, so just in the future, any budget cuts, let's start from the bottom and work up.
Diane?
Thank you, Chair. Talking with department heads, especially this year, and it's just certainly reflective of past years too, is that what I hear is that when we have what I'm hearing is when we have your department heads say, they're sharing concerns. What I'm really hearing is we have department heads who are very, I'm struggling, who are very,
Lean? Lean already?
meticulous. Well, we all know you all are lean, but meticulous, yes, you care about your budgets. You want to put forth proper budgets. You're not looking to pad your budgets, but you're being very, true to, I'm struggling. Pardon? Very realistic, but you're taking pride in the work that you're putting forth and the numbers you're putting forth, and that, you're just wanting to be very transparent as our department heads, and you just want to be honest. And that is the theme that I heard this year especially, but I've also heard in past years. So that's really where this is coming from, is that they want to put forth a budget that is reflective of their true need for their department. So, and I think we can certainly all appreciate that. So.
The only other thing I wanted to add prior to city clerk, is the city attorney budget. I know, Amanda did ask, that was an initiative for an additional 5,000 in her budget.
Where is it?
If we do have legal costs, so that would be under city administrator, sorry, not city administrator, city attorney, account 100-51300-290, for other contractual services.
Put on there,
Yeah.
Cowboy.
I'm
Sorry.
trying to find the tab. So
I know you're all hungry, so I'm trying to hurry it up. No,
what
just kidding.
is it near?
It's
Okay,
behind
city
police,
attorney.
Fire and common council.
Oh, that helps. It
City
becomes
attorney,
easier, right?
the first page, account line 100-51300-290.
They're contractual.
So it's before.
So
Why am I not-
year to date, it's at 19,331. I guarantee if I ran a report right now, it's probably over that. She says yes. Obviously, if we have those expenses, we're gonna have to pay them.
Later.
So my only concern is if our city attorney says we need 25,000 in there, are we kind of shooting ourselves in the foot by not giving 25,000?
Could you repeat that account? Because I just found the tab.
Yes, 100-51300-290.
We're under city attorney?
Page 8 of 101.
Any other contractual
8 of 1,
budgeted for
290.
20,000 and the department is asking for 25.
Yep.
We're over that this year right now with 2 months to go.
I guess I would just add sort of what I said in discussion with inspections budget is sort of my concern is this to me is almost a $10,000 loss. Like I requested a $5,000 increase, did not get it. And then Katie ended up experiencing a $5,000 loss. And so as I mentioned, how I keep this number in line is by passing some of these costs on to departments. The largest department that bears the bulk of that passing on of cost would be Katie's inspection department. It is inspection, right? Yeah. So I cannot, like Dan has or Joanne says, tell you that I can stay within this budget.
We under city attorney.
I think it's fair to say that it varies from year to year depending on what the circumstances are. So it could be 15 one year, it could be 25 another, it could be 50 another. So
Correct.
one that does vary widely when it comes from year to year.
Oh, it's.
Well, we should add it to the list, at least. I mean, at this point, we haven't found any money. We've just found omissions. So what I would suggest is we figure out what all the omissions are, see how bad it is, and then try to come up with a plan of attack. That's how I would do it.
I can create a list if that's what I can create a total to see where we're at in the account lines, if that's what
Maybe
you'd like.
do that before making a motion.
Are you saying that
Right,
to me?
yep.
Which is a suggest,
Okay.
to the world.
I have a question for Sabrina. I don't know if it's something you can easily access or not. What is the total amount the city across all the directorates is going to be spending on training? And
I will have that
seminars?
sheet after our break,
All right.
because it sounds
Because
like the food is here.
Yeah, okay, because it could just be, take a 10% cut in the training and seminars and everyone across the board. And then everyone still is doing training and it covers it or gets close or something. I don't know if that'll be true or not. I'd have to add all of that up, but I don't want to do that with all these tabs. So, yeah.
What do you want to do? Take a break?
And I don't want to end on a sour note, but it's either, that's one suggestion, or as someone who was very pro the 4 initiatives, maybe the body of 3 needs to look at the initiatives.
And then come up with a suggestion after
I'm-
they're
I'm
all
just-
there. Yeah.
I think whenever you want to have a realistic budget, I don't think we should be like Congress where we go, you have this big pot of money, go, oh no, not this and this and this, and then you end up with this little piece of the pie, and you need to cut trillions of dollars. I think you need to put the whole piece of pie on the table and look at everything and say, and don't say that that nothing is, you can't touch anything. So I think you need to look at everything before you. At least that's what I would strongly suggest, because then you have more options.
I think before we break, I thought we wanted to identify all the omissions. Is there other departments that are like, hey, what about me? I'm not seeing anything.
I think
so-
the other items that were discussed though were the police equipment, which is $12,500. And then the $5,000 in inspection, and then the library, $900.
What was, let's go to the police. What was that?
So under police,
Software?
the software for the open records software,
That was 10.
12,500.
12,500.
Something else. And then there was, did you say the Katie's, the 5,000 for?
Correct.
Because I had tapped that.
Contractual.
All right.
And then the
22.5, so
The fire
20.
contractual for library.
Was 9.
Library, yes.
23.4 is what I'm coming up with a shortage.
The $5,000. debt.
So does Dan want to talk?
Inspection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, but I can't even read my writing, but
The only question is, we're looking at fire contractual, the same reduction was made at City Hall here. In amount of over 1,500
Mm.
for the inspection and stuff of our fire system.
So we should probably, if we're going to add one, it's, right?
They're both of them were taken. Again, you're gonna get in a situation where all of us are probably gonna be able to come up here and say, I
need
think we
more.
all tried to put in what we needed, but I'm
I just want to avoid situations where we are intentionally not budgeting enough and address those. That's kind of my goal here tonight, but. So, how much was that for the city hall?
1,500.
All right, so that gets me to what, 24.9 is another 100, anybody is 100 short, we could call it a even 25,000. Okay, 24.9 then.
And I
So-
didn't find any money this year like I did a couple years ago. So.
All right, so I mean, we can talk about ideas. Stevens, I thought was, I mean,
I don't know. if
it's,
we-
I don't know if that's the answer, but it's something that potentially could solve the problem. And ideas like that, I think we should entertain. If staff has any thoughts on, you know, like, hey, we could do less of this and make this work, please let somebody from council know. Potentially over pizza. Do we want to take a break now or?
Yeah, let's break. Let's break.
Order out.
Sounds good. Break time.
Break for dinner?
All right, folks, let's get going. All right, we are back, ready to rock and roll. Is that correct? Everybody got enough pizza? Good. All right. Where are we at, Rick? We're moving forward here?
Yes, the next step is to consider the $25,000 and where that might come from for budgetary purposes. So.
If I may, I think, so Stephen had an idea that, I mean, we could talk about training, but before we do that, I think I also heard about some of the initiatives that we should take a look at. So what I was hoping is we could talk about each one individually and, you know, kind of rate the merits and what the costs and expenses. I do have a concern that, you know, if we add a bunch of positions, it makes next year's budget that much harder. And I know Diane and I have, and I don't remember if you were there, Stephen, but you know, we added positions and then things kind of turned the other way. We lost income and then we had to make cuts the following year. And I'd really rather avoid that. So my goal is to have a realistic budget that's, you know, true and accurate to the best of our abilities and sets the city up for, you know, the long term. We need to, sometimes we need to fill positions and create positions as the city expands. But, you know, sometimes it's not as practical. So, I think we were at 24,900 is what we're hoping to find. And then the initiatives had, what was the total amount that was going up?
So do you want me to tell you them, each one, how much each one costs? Okay. I'm getting a nod from the mayor, so I will.
Yeah, we're
And
here.
from the chair, so I'm good. Okay, so in no particular order, the police LTE position that would move to regular full-time was $26,206. That's including wage benefits for that. The HR position was the same. We would grade them both at the same grade and step. So 26,206 for the HR LTE position to be full-time or part-time, permanent part-time. The fire department position, initially I had much higher, around 18,000, but after open enrollment, that really was only about a $9,000 increase.
Did
I'm
you say
sorry,
9?
9,000. The increase in the recreation wages, which has kind of already been approved because we've moved those individuals to part-time, was $28,053. And then the last increase in regards to moving the salaries for the police department over, which we've kind of already approved that. So I don't even know if you want me to put that one into play because that's already been approved with a union and all of that. So I don't know if you even want that. I don't think we can't go back on that. So I'll just leave that one out. So those would be the four.
And the total of that is, looks like about 80. Get a little calculator out.
It's
what's the
about
total?
90,000.
You're not including.
Oh, the parks you can't include, you said. To about
$61,412.
$61,400.
412.
So there's a, I mean, there's a financial solution to our shortfall now, but whether we do that or not, I mean, I think we need to talk about maybe the merits and kind of like how bad is our human capital deficiency? And I mean, do we want to dig down the weeds that way, or?
Well, can we also, you did the calculation on the training and stuff too. I'd like to get everything out on the table before
Yeah.
we start discussing.
Absolutely. So the 2025 administrators budget for total seminars, conferences, travel is $74,590 between all of the departments.
So, and I know over the last several years, we have bumped up training and seminars quite a bit because we wanted to have, our staff have those opportunities more. I think it's almost doubled from where we were just a few years ago. Well, I'd be looking further back because it's been several years we've looked at increasing that. Yeah.
Well, I know too, when we got through COVID, because I was chair of F&P in 21, and there was concern about, I had a concern that last thing we should be doing is cutting conferences and travel because everyone was sitting at City Hall or they were home. And so we tried to at least try to maintain or make sure that we didn't cut it even more when I think we were looking for 25,000 or so that year. So for me, I know I'm a non-voting member, but I certainly get to have a voice tonight. But our employees are our biggest asset. And I realize that we're trying to find money, but I would be very hesitant we get to Monday and if travel is cut, I may have to make a motion, may not be supported, but I just think that we need to continue to support our staff in their training, their education, their conferences. Because I mean, when I went to conference a couple weeks ago, the things that I learned and the people that I met and the networks that I made were just phenomenal. And I know today that I'm a better alderperson than I was 2 weeks ago, and I just haven't had a chance to like type up, but I thought I would go ahead and just kind of give a report to electeds but it was, and I've been here, this is my 13th year on council, and I was still learning things. And I made all these connections and it was wonderful. One thing I would ask, just as an aside, is, when we look at the 4 initiatives, let's just say what I call the 1, 2, 3, that human resources, the fire department, and converting the police department. Maybe you don't, one suggestion, maybe you don't fund them 100% as far as what the city administrator has in. Maybe if they're going from 15 to 20 hours, I don't know, do you go to 17 hours, or instead of going from 25 to 30 hours, are going at 27? I mean, they're getting more hours, but you're not just eliminating that. It's just one suggestion, but I think there's a lot of ways that you could go at it. So,
Jared, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I've seen a lot of budgets come through, and probably 10, 15 years ago, we were in tight straits, and our employee seminar and training budgets really took a hit, and it's really taken a lot of years to get those back up and being able to send people to the training that we really should be sending them to and getting professional credits and stuff. So it'd just be a shame to go backwards for something that we really kind of really fought to get back out of the hole that we were in. So.
Yeah, Amanda, you wanted to?
And I would just echo too that I think training and, especially conferences is one of those areas where, all our budgets have been impacted by inflation in a lot of ways, but that's definitely one of them. I mean, it costs more to go to conferences than it did 5 years ago, just because everything costs more. Travel costs more, hotels cost more, even with government rates. They're increasing their prices to cover, you know, their expenses. And so just the basic registration costs of conferences have gone up over the last couple of years. And I think that we, as department heads and staffs, are always very cognizant of our travel budgets and how we can stretch those dollars the furthest we can. Also, I think that that's an area where, like Joanne mentioned earlier, we sort of rely on that. If we can come in under budget, that saves us in other ways. And so if we start to look at cutting travel budgets, that whole make it work idea, I think, you know, some of us, you know, are able to say that, you know, like Joanne said, if you can look at her bottom dollar, she probably can make that work, but because she's relying on the fact that her travel is going to be local this year, so she's not going to have a hotel stay. Well, now if we take that away,
Happens next year.
What, yeah. Well, they'd have to budget for it.
Mhm.
Well.
or she won't have
Yeah.
the money in to cover another account, because now we're starting to get into line items.
So I'm not looking at like taking some draconian hit on it. That's not where I was ever going. But just a 5% across the board cut, 5% still gets you $3,730. And ultimately, that would be just 2 conferences probably, if you're talking travel and hotels, that instead of going in person, you participate through technology. That's all it is. I don't see this as being a massive hurt, but right now, I mean, the bottom line is we've got to do some trade-offs and we got to make some tough decisions. And ultimately, the committee here is going to vote on that, but I have no problem finding $3,730 out of the conferences and training budget. It's like 2 conferences for, you know, 1 person, 2 conferences where they just use Zoom instead of go in person.
If we're looking at conferences too, like, you know, seminars and travel, you know, the Common Council is up obviously for a reason, but $3,000 is the budget this year. Last year was 75. So, I mean, it's a pretty substantial mark for us to look at. So if that was what we we're going to go down, I feel like we should take a bigger percentage off.
And if I could address that, since that was mine as council president, and I talked to the city administrator about that. We have 6 electeds, and we have, and I know there may not be agreement on it, but I'm going to say it anyway. In past years, when any one of us may attend maybe LADCO, or there's been a number of events that we have had the availability to go to, but typically we haven't. When we haven't had the dollars, our mayor has been kind enough to go ahead and cover those costs. And if we want to talk about the true cost, once again, being as someone who is very budget conscious, and I like to have a very transparent budget, $600 or whatever for 6 people, year after year, the 13 years I've been here, is freaking ridiculous. If we're going to go ahead and spend money for these 10 department heads to do their job, we should be throwing some dollars at us in order for us to do better, be better, represent better, and to sit here and do our job. And excuse my tenor, but I'm tired of us being the least represented, quite frankly. And for a very minuscule amount of dollars, just for the education, in order for us to do our job better, to represent you all better, to have better relations with you, to understand the jobs that you do every day and what you confront every single day. You know, that's what we should be doing. And how, and like I said, the things that I learned from an HR point of view and budgeting point of view, and just, I mean, and I took part in almost just about every session that I could, and the networks. And I certainly understand, and I don't discount Alder, not talking about you could Zoom, but I would have never had any of that networking. But I understand though, I get what you're saying. I'm not discounting that, but I would not have had, if I had Zoomed, I would have not had all that networking with people like afterwards and go, you know, sitting around the table and having refreshments or dinner or lunch or whatever. But $3,000 is a pittance for 6 people. And I think conference was, I promised Sabrina I'd get in my forms. So I think it was, Rick, was it for me to go to conference was
And it was 300 for the conference. I don't remember what the hotel was offhand, and then travel.
to be in about 7.
Let's say $800-ish dollars. Yeah, maybe not no more than $800.
Right. But, and that's for one person to go. So I just think that I think it's important that. And when I've talked with, I did talk with others there and probably half a dozen other council members from different communities of all different sizes, and we were the lowest of what people have budgeted.
So, I really don't want you to put it on the spot. But the question I would have is, what tangible benefit has the city received out of your networking?
And I'll reiterate that I just said a couple minutes ago that I have notes. I have not had a chance to go ahead and type them up, but I was going to have, for example, on Amanda, are we getting off subject? I want to make sure that I'm not going to get reared back here.
You're okay for now.
Thank you. So, and I have an hour and a half sleep, so bear with me. I mean, I have like 3 pages of notes. One was talking about, it was the last day, it was a morning conference, it was a session, and it had to talk about, what was it, something wars? Competing for employees. And I thought it was going to be more of a well-rounded from every, like all departments, but it ended up being 2 police chiefs and a mayor. I think Wausau mayor, Monona police chief, and a female police chief that I can't remember. And so they started going down that line about how many people in the room. I looked around, there's about 70 count. How many people in the room send their police academy recruits, or how many do they pay for? Like we did, started the last few years. Over half of the room, you just hear it, all the hands go up. It's like, okay, we're in good company. Incentives, retention incentives. Again, those same hands went up that they just recently had done that. So I knew that we were not out of the norm. It made me feel a lot better knowing, what we have been doing, that, we're down that path. I'd have to refer to my note, but like I said, it's just meeting people. And these are relationships, and I end up seeing people that I met at previous conferences, and that continued relationship. I have a relationship with West Bend, and in fact, our previous assistant fire chief is in West Bend. So I have a contact there in West Bend, and I have a number of contacts throughout the state because of going to conference. And I would highly recommend it to anyone else going, because if you have the time and the ability to go,
Thank you, Larry.
but anyway.
you wanna-
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My idea about conferences, I'd say 60 to 70% of the conference is teaching you how to avoid staying out of trouble. Whether it be lawsuits or whatever, if they can train a certain area group how to avoid a conflict, that's well worth the money that you can be paying for it. So I'll get, Chair.
Dan?
So I'm not suggesting that the conferences and seminars for council is a bad idea. I'm questioning how much of a priority it is over paying things that we are contractually going to be obligated to pay. I would be fine. I mean, if we get rid of that $3,000 and the common council seminars and travel, that solves 1/8 of our problem. Maybe we don't have to go all the way. Maybe we can leave 1,000 in there or something like that. It sounds like it's mainly Diane that's going to the conference, and I'm not suggesting that, this isn't trying to be punitive, but you look at what we spent in the previous years. I mean, frankly, especially if you have a full-time job, I'm not gonna stop my regular day job so I can, go away at the taxpayer's expense. And gosh, we'd sure like to make sure that, police have the right software to do their job more efficiently. I think that's more important, and we should be focusing on that. I'm kind of curious, is there a dollar amount that council would be okay with? Or are we hearing that alders want more than just one person wants to go to a conference? Because maybe we bring this down to like $800, and then we found 2,200 that's almost 10%. Anybody else want to go to a conference? Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to reduce line 330 or 51100-330 seminars, conference and travel from $3,000 to we'll say $800 a year. If it were to be seconded.
I'll second. But I'd like to just ask a question too. So I did some training when I first started. It was very helpful. It was not in person, but it was, via Zoom, or actually, I don't know if it was Zoom, but it was online, right? Do you recall how much that might have cost? I think it was around 175,
It was $75.
75. Okay. And I mean, obviously me being new, it was huge for me to attend those and learn a lot, and I did. I'm not discounting networking with other people, but at the end of the day, if we all did a couple of those instead, if we did 10 of those, that's $750. That comes in under budget. So it's just a thought.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Stephen?
Yeah, I don't discount totally the importance of networking, but I just see the value much greater down at the individual director and staff levels. I mean, obviously, I'll use the chief of police and just as an example. It's very important for him to find out best practices and worst practices of his fellow police chiefs of similar sized cities across the land. I just don't know if we're going to be sending anyone, but especially an elected official on a conference, in this case, a $3,000 budget. I want to see a $3,000 or greater value coming back and not just, feeling more comfortable, I guess. I mean, I don't disagree, Diane, that you probably learned things there, but I want to know, did we get the bang for the buck? So I'm not a voting member, but I think that's a wise decision on the motion that was made.
More discussion? Mike?
And one other thing to think about too is, with Diane being our council president, maybe it's worthwhile for her to be the one going to an in-person, bringing back some information to the common council overall. But letting her be the designated one to use the majority of those funds.
Oh. All right, any other discussion? Motion by Dan, second by Mike to make the changes as outlined by Dan. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. What's the next item? that we-
Well, I'm curious if there were other departments that thought they might be bloated. I'm guessing not. What I'm hearing from staff is the training for them as part of their job has value to the city. But as Stephen pointed out, like a 5% cut, I mean, is there any room to maybe do some less conference or travel or find a way to Zoom? I mean, I guess I'm asking staff, do we have any room here to budget this down a little bit?
Kim, do you want to?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and answer that on behalf of the staff. I think, this is what you're asking them to do. What has happened is staff has put together this budget and presented it to the city administrator, and the city administrator has made some changes to it. And so what you're really asking the staff to do is to speak against their direct supervisor. And I think that that's unlikely, and I don't think it's really fair to put them in the position to do that. So if council is making observations about the budget that they don't agree with, this is a time, to correct it. But I don't think it's a good idea to put the staff on the spot to try to answer these questions. If anything, maybe you could ask Rick Niemeyer if when these cuts were made, did he discuss it with the staff? And what the staff's input was, that way you're following chain of command. So Rick could give you feedback from staff, and then that would then remove them from having to be put on the spot with their direct supervisor. But that's just my opinion, and I am just a extra person here.
Sure, but I mean, to be fair, I don't think I was putting anybody on the spot. It was, does anybody have anything to volunteer? And I would assume if nobody answered, then the answer is no, and that's my answer.
And that's the problem. You're assuming the answer is no, when in fact, it may not be no. they may have something that they would want to say, but they don't want to put their supervisor sidestep him. So I think if you have the question, you should ask Rick the question.
Yeah, I'll defer to Rick.
And I was, had various conversations with various department heads. What I would say right now is that, I indicated when I went into this budget's, planning, one of the things I was thinking about was the training on behalf of, employees and what they could do for their employees. Nobody told me that they had too much in their training budget, and that they could, have that reduced for any reason or another. Although I do believe the fire department might have reduced theirs slightly as well. I would say that if any of the staff feel that they do have any additional funding in their training budget, if they want to speak up now, that certainly is their prerogative to do so.
Okay, so I think what the question is when you received the budget and then made the decisions to make the different cuts throughout the budget, did you discuss that with the department heads that were being affected so that like as some of them have said, once this got cut, then I'm put in a position where this is a cost that I know we're going to be incurring no matter what. So when you had those discussions with the people, did you have those discussions with all of the people affected when you changed the budget? This is your purview to do so. I'm not saying it's not your purview to change the budget. It certainly is.
Sure. When they were initially turned in, I believe I did meet with all the department heads to discuss any general things about their budget requests. After I made changes to the budget and it was submitted, I did attempt to meet with all of the department heads individually prior to it going out to council. I believe that there may have been one or two that weren't in the office on the day that I did that. And so they may not have been initially. I did send out an email or two as well, just to address that, but also that I could follow up with them. So generally speaking, I had discussions with department heads in regards to initial and then what the cuts were looking like.
So when you had those, did they say things to you like, this is contractual, this is based on our history? If you reduce this number, it's not going to change our cost.
I don't
And
recall
so
anybody telling me that.
It's not going to be
specific-
it's not going to be a real budget number.
I don't recall anybody telling me that specifically. Again, it's been a little while, but I don't recall it off the top of my head.
Stephen.
So, as the elected body, ultimately, if we see there's a problem, we need to fix it and we take the barbs and arrows when they come. We're supposed to make the tough decisions. With that said, again, I don't see that a 5% across the board reduction is going to somehow make a massive dent on the ability of our staff to be able to train. Because in each individual budget, it's actually going to be very small. But as an aggregate, even after taking out that $2,200 that just passed by committee, 5% still gets you another $3,620. So I don't know. I'm not on the committee, but I don't see any reason why we can't find, and that gets us up over $5,800 right there that we've just found.
And it's not, I'm not like anti-training or seminars.
It's not.
I want to get that across. It's just, our next thing is, and now we got to start looking at the new position initiatives. So like if there's a way that we can try to keep the budget intact, I'm trying to go down the path of least pain and resistance, but ultimately we're going to want a balanced budget that's realistic. And if we were to cut one of these positions, it solves our whole problem, but that may not be the best route to go, because then, there's going to be one department at least that's going to be really not happy. Although at this point, when you talk about tough decisions in the council, these are the things that are on the table and it's our job to deal with that. So, kind of before we get to that point, my goal here is to see, do we have another path to get to where we need to be?
Diane.
Thank you, Chair. I would just to put out there one additional source, and it's up to the committee of three to make that decision, but you could also look at increasing revenues. Thank you.
That was funny. Oh, I'm sorry, Amanda.
I'm going to sound like a broken record because I have snuck this comment into so many meetings at this point that I feel like a broken record. But if you ask us the question that Dan asked us, or if you ask us the question you've asked us all night long, we're going to tell you we're going to make it work. We're going to make it work. We told you 15 years ago, right, Jared, that we're going to make it work. The reality is we're lying, every single one of us. We are funding part-time positions at the cost of our budgets. And I am not proposing we cut those part-time positions because if you ask Amy, she needs that part-time position. You ask Ashbeck, he needs that part-time position. He also needs a realistic overtime budget and he needs a realistic overtime budget. And we can't do that with the amount of money we have here today. And so no matter what we do tonight, it's not going to be enough. And so we have to have that hard discussion of how do we find money in some other way to get to the point where we're not saying, yes, we'll make it work, even though we can't make it work.
Thank you. Thoughts?
I want to digest that for a little bit, so.
I haven't gotten all the way through, but the largest line item for seminars and training I've seen is $4,000 by a section. And a 5% cut puts them down to $3,800. I just can't see that that's a massive. And again, I understand we need more than that, but every little bit counts. That gets us up to 3,800 and change. Or excuse me, 5,800 and change on some extra money we just found. I understand where you're going, Amanda. It's potentially a revenue issue, or we just need to maybe look at some of the services we're doing in the future and reduce or even eliminate. It's not something that's new to me. Working on a budget as a garrison commander, we had to make some tough decisions and actually eliminate services out at Fort McCoy at one point. And it was not popular, but I mean, what are you going to do? You got to make the tough decision.
Katie? Yeah.
So, as wanted asked, is there's anyone who would not want to cut their training budget further? I would request not to cut the planning and inspections. If you look from the proposed department to the administrator, both of my line items were cut for my departments. So it would be a further 5% decrease from our budgets, which I know that went to other places to fund other procedures. So I understand if you have to take it, but I would request to not, since I'm already seeing a decrease in those line items.
Sabrina, yep.
Thank you. If you would like, you can take 1,000 out of my seminars and conference budget. I'm short-staffed right now. We're going through an ERP conversion. I will just make that work. So you can take 1,000 from 100-51411-330. But I'll need it the following year. Because we'll have a new ERP system and I'll want to go to the conference and I'll have to go to GFOA conferences to get my CE credits to remain active as a CPA. Or I'll fund it out of my own pocket.
So I appreciate your willingness to sacrifice for that this year. But this year-to-year thing, every department is going to have these fluctuations on what needs to happen on any given year. So we have steady state dollars going over on these that you can just see in the budget that basically just transfer year to year. Sometimes they may need more, sometimes they may need less. It just depends on what the need of that department is at any given year. So I understand what you're saying. You'll need it back next year. I understand that, but I appreciate your honesty in coming out. You just don't need it this year. That's great. So.
Well, I'll look a gift horse in the mouth, I guess. I'll make a motion that under the finance expense general fund, line item 51411-330 to decrease the amount from $3,000 to $2,000 for the 2025 budget, and then further to direct the city administrator to remember that that fund needs to go up in the future year budgeting.
Second. Motion by Dan, second by Mike to decrease the line item that Dan read. I think it was 51411-330 down to $2,000. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
John,
In the calculation.
No.
you got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, if we still go with the 5% reduction across the board with everybody else, that brings up another $3,569.50. So $3,570, which brings you up to $6,870.
Well, I wouldn't hit Sabrina twice, though. I mean, you'd have to.
No,
discount
I'm
her
not
discount.
counting. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I have not reduced those. Yeah, so you're probably looking at maybe about a 3,000. Yeah, the same thing with you wouldn't want to take another 5,000 from the city council after we've reduced it down.
Right.
Chief?
Yeah, I think what I would suggest from mine is, if you just take out the open record software, that's 12.5 right there, right? That gets you half down what you're trying to get. But what I'm gonna ask is, I think the bigger picture here is that we're gonna, do this every single year, nickel and dime. And what we're really asking is, the hard decision is you need to find other money, like a referendum or increase fees or something, right? Because we are also thin staffed here, and you're gonna have a breaking point of that as well, right? And you're trying to balance a budget on the backs of all these department heads and the staff that work with them. So I guess that's my opinion that I just want to throw out there, that's what I think we're all asking for, is that's the hard decision, and that's what needs to be made.
Thank you.
Well, while I appreciate that, I'm a little like, it sounded like there was operational efficiencies with that software. And that seems like that would be an important thing in a department that is already stretched. So like, I guess I need to clarify. I mean, I want to get you that software if we can. But, like is it not that much of a priority or like, I really want to make life easier for the police department if I can. But
Sure.
it sounds like we can just go without it. I mean,
Well, it's like anything, Dan, right? I mean, I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that all of you are trying to get that for our department and really for all of the city, although we'll be the majority user. But in the same token, I don't want it to come on the backs of other departments having to make cuts that are probably equally as important. And so I'm just trying to offer that up, that as a sacrifice to cut that out of there this year and ask the council looks for future monies for starting in 2026, that maybe we can bring it around at that time then. I don't know what to say.
You're good. Okay.
I don't know how everyone feels about that. I mean, that's.
I'd like to do it. I see the huge efficiencies.
Like to keep it or like to
I would
cut
like
it?
to, if we can find the money. I don't know if we're gonna find the money, but I'd like to. But again, if a 5% across the board, taking into account what the mistake I made in math earlier, still gets you over $3,400 more.
I mean, Diane had an idea we didn't really talk about, was the compromising on the amount of hours. Like everybody keeps
Yeah.
the initiative positions, but and is that something we could explore?
Diane?
Thank you. And it's not just it's just not the police department. This is all encompassing across all departments. So then everyone is talking to one another. I found my notes. They're very cryptic from conference. When they were talking about pay, because everyone obviously, everyone would like to get paid more. And I think at the council level, we would love to, we've always talked about that, we would like to be able to, when we talk about having a pay study and such, and pay people appropriately. Some of the things they talked about was, employees, they love the extra pay. Sorry, I've had a really bad week, so bear with me. But it's the culture that keeps people at their job. It's a culture that they go to work every day. They love the extra pay, but it's really the culture. You need to create an environment where they want to go every day, and you can't put a price tag on that. That is so important. And so when we do start the phrase nickel and diming, I feel like that's disrespect, and this is nothing against you. It's just kind of like what we're all talking about tonight. It starts to feel disrespectful and kind of race to the bottom, but we're trying to make accommodations and try to find things so people can get what they want. But it's also how we make people feel here. And if they feel disrespected, that doesn't go well. I'm just trying to find my notes. And when they talked about recruiting people and keeping people, especially the younger generation, of which I am not a part of anymore, but just people in general, it's really about a work-life balance. 90% of the people under the age of 35, I'm sure HR, she's heard this enough times, but 90% of the people under the age of 35, the biggest desire is flexibility and time off. Pay is important, but time off leads everything. When it comes to police, officers, they want to do more than just patrol. They want to be more involved. They want to be part of the specialty teams, the K-9, the drone team, the SWAT teams. That's what really keeps them motivated. They just don't want to patrol. They love patrolling, but they want to feel special. Again, what's the theme? They want to feel special. They want to be part of a team. They talked a lot about, the career academy, and I was going to the local high schools and telling the story. And I've talked with our city administrator and also HR, and I approached them recently, and Lord knows I didn't put this in the budget because I don't need to blow it up more, but I really think that we need to talk about having a recruiting video about our community. I think we're all here because we love to be in these four walls. We love representing City of Onalaska and say, we work for the City of Onalaska. That's why I'm here. Because I can sell the City of Onalaska to anyone. And I think y'all can too, because that's why you're here. And you can look up Wausau, City of Wausau, go to their YouTube page. They have a recruiting video. I thought of you. I told Rick, I said, oh, Joanne will not be happy with me. The city clerk had a how to vote. And it was, because I know you didn't want to be on camera, but it was like a 3.5, 4-minute video. It was just an informative video, especially on a year like this. And they have a recruiting video for police and fire and public works, Jared. They have one for public works, and we know that Frank likes to do his videos, right? And it's like, we have so much to offer. And how we could go ahead and equip our HR person and police and fire when you do all your recruits and go wherever to recruit employees. And for, I think, a minimum amount of dollars going forward sometime in the future, hopefully in the near future, and we've rebranded ourselves. That's another piece of the puzzle that we need to complete that I don't think we're taking advantage of. So I went ahead and passed it on to administration, that idea that but yeah, I thought I was so impressed by Wausau. And I think you could just Google and probably you're going to come up with a whole bunch. But and lastly, the best thing that you can do for you, I better read this first before I say it. Let me just make sure. Best thing you can do for your community, have employees that love to work for you. Have employees that love to work for you. They will be your best recruiters. If a department, and this is a quote, if a department doesn't feel supported by your community, i.e. police, because we know that, it's just nationwide, and that, that's one of the reasons why a lot of people don't want to get into the police force anymore, because they don't feel appreciated, even though I know everyone in this room, we appreciate the police department. But if a department doesn't feel supported by their community, i.e. police, good luck retaining and recruiting. That's just a snippet of what I learned. But it also made me come back and to be even prouder to sit on this council and represent the City of Onalaska. Thank you.
Amy.
I just wanted to comment on the option of reducing those hours. So from a standpoint of a regular part-time employee, one of the things that I would like to do is clean up those those classifications. And the minimum eligible amount of hours that an employee would have to work is 20 hours to be eligible for certain benefits. And so I think at that point is what I would like to see for the city is have that standard of if you're working a regular position, that means a minimum of 20 hours. Again, because that's the point where benefits start to kick in for that individual. If we decrease that too much, again, it opens it up, I think, to what is the difference between a regular employee and somebody that is not working that level of hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we at?
$3,300.
Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. I know Alder Wolf brought up a point about revenues and, you know, obviously, there's probably examples in the past of what we've done to increase some revenue, but I just had a quick question on if we go to the revenues tab. And if we go to page 3, this would be for Dan Wick. If we go to page 3, number 46711, park facility rental, and number 46728, swimming pool concessions. I just see year to date from 2024 and then our budget 2025. I'm just wondering is it possible that could be higher? Is there limitations? If you need me to restate where that is, just let me know. But I was just wondering about that as far as the revenue goes.
So the first thing on the park shelter rentals, we don't have a community center right now.
Got it.
So that's why we reduced that number, anticipating probably September as an opportunity that we could start renting a new facility out. But we're not going to have it for, 9 months. So that's why we did that. And swimming pool concessions revenue is all built on the number of days that we're open. And so we can go back to 2006. And we calculate every month, June, July, and August, what our average concessions revenue is each month, depending on temperature and things. So we utilize that based on the number of days that we're planning on being open. So I'm pretty confident in, now we have a hotter summer or not as closed because not as many rain days. Those numbers would fluctuate a little bit, but I'd be nervous to try to move those too much.
Okay. Yeah, I was just something that stuck out. I was curious about. So thank you so much. Is there anything else that we've done in the past as far as revenues go? Does anyone have anything on that? No.
I thought I heard recently, I think yesterday at F&P, for the third quarter room tax, we were at 51,000. Was that correct?
That is correct, but the city only receives a small portion of that, so I wouldn't want to increase that line item.
I am not seeing a lot of room in revenue to go up. We talked about building permits already, and that wasn't like we don't want to bank on stuff, but we're at 295 this year and we're only budgeting 130. I mean, we've had that discussion, but could it go up a little bit? 140? No?
I make a suggestion in the interest of time that maybe people mull this over for a little bit and we can continue through the book so that we can get once through the book and then revisit this conversation at the end of that. Just to give people time to think about it, whatever, just so we can get through our business.
That sounds good. Is that okay to continue then, Rick, with your?
Let me get to where we left off here. I think, yeah, we are at the park fund, so that is the next fund. Right.
After talking with Dan Wick, the supplemental pages for Park Fund that $315,000 does need to be reduced by 15,000 to reflect 300,000, correct, Dan?
Oops, correct. Through the capital improvement project list, the project with the volleyball courts have been removed, the capital improvement list. So that could be reduced from 315 down to 300. Just the splash pad would be the only item listed.
Someone make a motion for
So
that.
someone,
one.
yeah, someone on the committee would need to make a motion for that adjustment.
This is line item 810.
That's correct.
All right, I'll make a motion to change line item 203-55200-810 on the general equipment outlay to reduce the budget from 315,000 to 300,000.
I'm sorry, I had my nose in the book. If you want to second that.
I can second it. Yeah, I'll second it. Motion by Mike, second by me to reduce that number that he said by 315,000 to 310,000. 300,000, sorry. Is that right?
Well, you're really zeroing it out.
No, because we have the splash pad is in that same account.
Oh, I'm sorry, I.
Right
yeah,
there.
yeah,
Okay.
I looked wrong, right, yeah, thanks, sorry, yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion on that item? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
Right. No other questions on that one. It's special projects and donations. Right, no questions on that one? Oh,
$2,000.
I'm sorry?
It's got Santa Claus list for $2,000.
Oh,
That's not Santa Claus. That's for the Santa's list that the police department does. They essentially adopt a bunch of families and buy gifts for them. Chief is Santa.
next one is refuse and recycling. All right. No questions. Then share ride. Next is equipment replacement.
Had marked on there, on 810, there's like a new expense, for the 33,000. Just what is that?
Yep, so that was the gym downstairs, revamping the exercise room and adding the cardio room and then moving the break room upstairs.
Sabrina?
If I could just add, if any of you are taking a look at the revenues for this, for the equipment replacement fund, in 2024, we were able to put some tax levy into the equipment replacement fund, just due to budget constraints. We won't be able to do that in 2025. Prior to my time coming here, Fred was able to each year usually be able to put a little bit of dollars in there, which kind of helps, it creates a buffer for the next year because then you kind of start out ahead. So we won't be able to put any levy dollars in there. Hopefully, at the end of 2024, we're able to do a substantial transfer like we have in the past. I don't know that it'll be as much as it was in 2023, to kind of offset the deficit that we do typically budget for in this account.
This is kind of out of left field, but so that $33,000 for the gym as an expense, like, what if we didn't do that? That would solve all our problems.
It's not in the general fund though,
Oh.
unfortunately.
I'm hyper focused on trying to find.
Sorry.
Rick, under that, and you said there's a possible for under that 33,000, we can get like maybe possibly like a $5,000 grant for that. It's a possibility. Not that it would be in the budget, but just curious.
Correct. There was a grant anywhere from, I think it was minimum was around $500 up to 5,000 was the maximum.
Okay, thank you.
All right. If no other questions, we'll go on to the joint municipal court. All right. No questions, then debt service. Next is TIF 5. And then TIF number 6. And water utility. Sewer utility is next. Cemetery is the next one. Omni Center is next. Tourism is the next one.
I'm sorry, I have all my extra pages in with the budget pages, so that's why I'm flipping so much. Dan, I know, I'm just looking at and I'm certainly not asking to increase hours, pay or charge per hours for like the rental income. I know years ago, there was a struggle to try to get everyone up to the same rate that we were charging. And it looks like, you've been able to do that. And has it been some years since, I'm guessing right now we're competitive, what we're charging per hour?
For ice rental?
Yes, for ice
Yes,
rental.
we kind of can, I'm gonna say this, we control the market. Whatever we set our rates at, everybody else in the area matches us.
Okay.
So we have proposed in this budget is a $5 an hour increase. That'll start January 1 for the ice rental rates.
So-
But whatever we set our rate at, basically every rink in the area, moves it up to that level.
So it went from 140 to 145 and 185 to 190 then?
That is the 185 to 190 is just for the high schools, that they have a game rate.
Games, okay. And the 145, that also went up? Or-
Yes, it was 140. That was
Okay.
2 years ago. We went to 140. And so.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
All right, tourism is the next one. And stormwater utility. Have the Gunderson Lutheran parking ramp. And the Community Development Authority, the CDA. All right, so it looks like we need to go back to the general fund regarding the $25,000.
Dan?
Sean, thank you. Just looking at this, kind of going back to Alder Milky's question and looking at where we've been the last year, kind of where we ended the year. I will propose increases to two line items. First one would be swimming pool revenue, account 100, then the 5 zeros, and then 46725. Increase that from the 66,235 to 70,000, increase of $3,765. Also recommend going back to the one that Alder Milky commented on. We'll go to 100, then the 5 zeros, then 46728 swimming pool concessions. We'll move that one up to 29,000, up from the 25,930, which would be an increase of $3,070 for a total of $6,835.
Dan?
You still being conservative on your estimates on that?
When you look across there, yes, we're being,
they're
I
low.
believe, we're being conservative.
And I think we're still being conservative on that end. To add to that, Rick, could you talk about the miscellaneous income? I mean, I see a declining trend over the last 3 years, but it seems like we're still pretty conservative. Can we maybe pull another 5,000 out of there?
Well, I'm going to defer to Sabrina as to what goes into that account first and how she kind of gauges what that amount should be set at.
Okay, so we have a $10,000 department and 15,820 administrator. Year-to-date activity right now is 43,160. And in the previous years, it was 106 and then 66,000. So, I mean, it's going down. And I suspect that's why we're being a little bit more cautious, but we're still at, right now, the budget's a third of where we are right now this year.
Well, what goes into that account is the credit card fees for anybody outside of the water. So water fund, that does not go in there. So credit card fees go in there. And then anytime we have a claim. So what that means is we have an accident here at City Hall. When we receive the funds back to the city, the revenue goes in there. So it's not really a revenue generating account per se, and anything else random that may come to the city. Since the time this budget has been submitted, we've already increased that account by $12,935 based on my budget changes.
Are you talking the difference for the return of the claims and then the fees? I
So,
guess I don't
no,
understand if this is a
no,
revenue line.
It is a revenue line, so when our money comes in, so some of this will get moved because some of it is related to public works. But what happens is it's a catch-all account for if there was an accident, for example, and one of our vehicles was damaged, we accommodate the revenue in that account line, and then the expense would go to the department,
Okay, so it's a wash account.
essentially.
The next one, and I know Sabrina's gonna shoot darts out of her eyes at me, but the interest income, we've got 250 from the department head and then 290, 177 from the city administrator. Year to date right now, we're at 584. I'm expecting rates are gonna go down, but I don't know that they're gonna go down that much in the course of the year. If we were to round that up to 300,000, I mean, that gives us another almost $10,000 on the budget.
We at?
That would be under revenues, page 3 of 101, line 48100. Now, we did just have a 50 basis point drop, but I'm not hearing that that's going to be accelerated. And potentially they may even hold it another cycle. You don't know what next year is going to be, but We've got a lot of room built in there.
Sabrina?
Dan Wick, can you, you spoke way too fast for me. Can you tell me the two accounts again and what you were willing to increase them to?
Yes. First one is account, the last five is 46725.
Okay,
That'd be increased to 70,000 or an increase of 3765.
okay,
3765. The other account is the last five is 46728. Up to 29,000, increase of $3,070, 3070.
thank you.
Before we go into that answer, can I propose two more accounts?
Okay, with the chair.
Please.
Okay, Sabrina. 44,120. Operator's license. Increasing that from 4,000 to 6,000. Joanne had proposed a significant decrease because of some changes with respect to state licensing. However, that is both still not finalized, and with new information, that is not going to be as an appealable of an option as we originally thought it was going to be. We thought we would be losing revenue to the state. They are both ill-equipped to handle it, as well as proposing a very, very high fee that will make that not be a desirable option. And so we will likely be on track for our revenue that we have experienced over the last few years, which has been above 7,000 in each year. I would also propose that under 44190, solicitor's license, that we could bump that up from $100 to $500.
Line?
44,190 solicitor's license permits. We have consistently had over $500. I mean, last year was 1,055. We only budget 100. I think we could at least up to 500.
Yeah, well, we're making progress. Do we want to do these all together or individually? I can start making motions.
It's your call.
If you do them at a time by line.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
All together, all together, line by line? Okay.
Does that take care of it, though? All of this?
Well, it's progress. We're not, there yet. I don't know that we've answered the interest income.
You're at 22,258 if you do everything that you've mentioned.
And our goal is,
24,900.
so could we increase and that was adjusting the interest income or not adjusting?
That is adjusting the interest income.
Is that reckless if we do that?
I think, I'm gonna be really frank, I think it's all reckless what we're doing, but that's my opinion.
Can you make a suggestion of what we should do alternatively?
We've already increased revenues by 120,000. That's being presented to you tonight. And now you're asking me to increase it an additional 19,000 plus the 12,000, so an additional 31,000. At the end of the day, 31,000 will probably be fine, right? But then next year, how are we gonna find that 150,000, right? So like, it's just kind of digging us in a hole by continuing to increase revenues, in my opinion, but it's not my budget, it is yours, so I will do what you tell me to. But if you want my honest opinion, that's what it is.
I appreciate candor. I mean, the other option is that we can look at eliminating some of the initiatives. I mean, I've heard that we can't, we can do that, but that there's reasons why that is not good. So, I mean, I can make motions, but I kind of need to know how everybody else is feeling. I'd like to solve this with the path of least resistance, but if we eliminate some of the initiative positions, we're setting us up for a better budget cycle next year, right? But then there's areas with staff that, that's gonna make some of the things that they want to make their departments run easier isn't going to happen. So, I mean, this is the catch-22. I guess I need feedback from other people, and I can try to make motions down the path if I think that there's a consensus.
If I just want to make sure I'm tracking. So when it comes to actually reducing expenses, we've still only done 3,300, right? Everything
32.
else has been an increase in revenues.
3,200.
3,200.
Yeah.
Okay.
2,200 to the common council and 1,000 to the finance.
I had you down as 1,100. Okay.
Oh, I
Oh,
mean, if
yeah.
you want me to do 1,100, I can.
No, I just must have misheard, that's all.
Kim, you want to weigh in?
Mhm.
And that is that we started out kind of behind, finding out that, the budget was balanced by artificially not based, increasing the revenue, not based on. Yes, there was some wiggle room there. Conservative, but really it put us about $250,000 off. Then considering adding this,
Mhm.
so rather than, I understand everyone is a team player, but really, I think we should try to get back to baseline. But.
I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, just saying, I think we really need to go back to square one and look at the initiatives because really when we already weren't sitting with a solid budget and we used increasing revenue beyond our historical expectations in order to make it happen, we shouldn't have been considering adding those things in the initiatives to begin with. At least not in all their entirety. That's my opinion.
Would I interpret that as a recommendation to not do any of the new positions? It sounds like the park department was kind of committed already, wasn't it?
I mean, I think there were 3 people whose job positions were changing, not people, but positions from LTE to regular part-time at 20 hours a week. 2 of them, the other one going from 20 to 20, a minimal increase. I mean, obviously it's a choice the council has to make, but unfortunately, that's where I would go.
Table, so. Those are excellent points. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, kind of mentioned it early on. I was open to, considering it, but we've gone through this budget. The money's not there, folks. I just, like the mayor said, no one's arguing that these positions wouldn't and these changes in personnel wouldn't be important, but where's the money? I just don't know it's wise to be using revenues to offset ongoing annual costs, as far as the revenue, I'm sorry, Dan's gonna call me on that, revenue surpluses to offset ongoing costs. Revenue surpluses should be used for one-time costs that were unexpected. That's what the surplus is for. It's not for predictable, programmable items, and that's not a surplus. That's part of the budget, and our surplus is not going to be as robust as it is right now, which is important. And if the more we have there over time as we build it up, the more gets to get invested, and the more of the return on the interest on that we get to spend. So.
Well, I guess while I don't disagree with most of that in theory, I mean, we kind of talked about, we know that there's expenses that were contractual for that we have to pay.
Mhm.
We should make those as realistic as possible. But on the flip side, I think that, I think we're leaving ourselves a lot of room on the, you know, if we have a surplus every year on certain line items, we're not being realistic there. We're just giving ourselves extra headroom, which is a better way to do because it's a good problem at the end of the year to say, what do we do with this leftover money? Rather than say that we're short. But when things are this tight and we have, you know, the $400 here in permits and $700 there, I mean, I think we're making our job harder by leaving that off the table. That said, going back to the mayor's original point is, you know, if we don't have the money for these positions, while it'd be nice to add them, maybe it's just time to cut bait. I think we're committed to the Park and Rec Department, but just so we can get this out there, because I got a feeling as people are dancing around this and aren't wanting to tackle it, I'm gonna make a motion to not add the 3 positions for the police department, the HR department, and the fire department in this year's budget, reducing those line items by 26,206 plus 26,206 plus $9,000. And if there's a second, we can discuss that. And if it doesn't go anywhere, that's fine. But I think I think we're at the point where we got to have this discussion.
I agree. I think that we're at.
But we need a second before,
I'll second.
can't discuss without it.
I agree. This is what I was saying. I mean, we assume the responsibility as being part of this council of making the hard decisions, not the popular ones, the right ones that are difficult to make. And I understand that, that gets people upset. And, but what's the alternative? Are we just going to continue to have a budget based on hope? Or are we going to have one that's based on solid numbers?
Any other discussion, Kim?
Yeah, I was just thinking, Sabrina, I don't think we've heard tonight, unless I missed it, any discussion on where we're at with the levy limit, expenditure restraint, shared revenue. Is there a summary sheet on that? Maybe, could we go over that?
Yeah, so we don't qualify for the expenditure restraint program, so I didn't really prepare that document since we don't qualify. Our mill rate is too low. I definitely can if you want to see that in regards to would we qualify. I could definitely send that
I mean,
to
if it's
you.
not relevant, that's fine.
It's, yeah, I know Diane asked me the same thing. In regards to our levy limit, we do hit our max. So we did increase by the 1.52 or 54%. It's getting late. One of the two, I think it was 1.52% was the max that we could increase our levy. So we did hit our max there for the levy.
What was that dollar amount?
In regards to
The percentage turned, what percent, how much did overall did the budget increase from last year to this year?
I will give you
I
that.
think that helps people put it into perspective sometimes when you see, you know, we have inflation and all these other things going on. And really in the end of the day, we don't have that much extra money each year to spend. So that's why when we start talking about different initiatives and making changes, we're always perplexed because usually the base changes consume any gain that we make.
Give me 1 second here, just grabbing my file. It was right around 100,000, I believe.
That's what I was thinking last year. It was 90,000, so 100,000 sounds about right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll get you exact here in just a minute. I feel like you should play the music for me.
Right around 100,000. Further discussion on that motion? Mike?
Yes, when we're looking at the 3 initiatives, I mean, do we really want to cut all 3? Is it, I mean, then again, you're going to pick and choose. I guess I'm just thinking out loud. I mean, is it, in the 3 of them total is $61,412. So I guess I'm just wondering, is there two of the three we want to keep. I guess I'm just kind of throwing it out there. It's just something to think about.
Sabrina?
Kim, your exact number is $132,000, $173.90. And it was 1.52%. And mine's still there.
Rick?
In regards to the positions, two of them, there are limited term employees already in those positions. So of course, that would be losing those employees if the positions were not approved as regular part-time employees.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was.
Oh, sure. So two of the positions that you're talking about right now, there are temporary employees in those positions. And so they would not be funded for 2025 if they were not approved. So they would essentially be losing their jobs. The third one, that is an increase in the number of hours. So that is an existing employee who would remain, but the proposal was to increase by 5 hours. If any of the department heads of the departments that would be affected by a decision of eliminating those positions or reducing, I would like to give them an opportunity to maybe make some comments to council as to why they feel it's important before a decision is made.
So my understanding was that this was to change them from an LTE position to a part-time person less than 20 hours. I thought the money that we talked about was the difference between the two with their benefits. So this is to fund them at all?
Correct. Yes, they would not be in the departments if this is not approved.
So what we would need to know then is what is the difference between keeping them an LTE and making them a 20-hour permanent part-time?
Sure.
That's really what I think what we're intending. We're not intending to discontinue the position. We were intending to not make the change from the LTE to the 20-hour. That was the
It's not really an increase, it's just a continuation. So how was this funded last time?
So last year, they were funded by being limited term employees. So when I prepared the budget for 2025, I did not include them because it specifically stated in the minutes, limited term through December 31st of 2024. So I did not include their wage at all in the 2025 budget preparation.
We still found the money to pay them this year.
So in
It
2020,
was budgeted for 2024, but I did not budget for them for 2025 in the original budget, knowing that there was a request to make them full-time. And the fact that it was clearly stated that their position would end at the end of 2024.
so the human resources assistant position was funded through the budgeting process last year. The police department, she has not been in that position for an entire year, a partial year. Chief can speak better to where the funding from that specifically came from. And then the fire department one, this year, there hasn't been a change. This would only be in effect as of 2025.
So really, it's not a new expense, it's just a new expense to the budget. Right?
I mean, essentially, it would be making up.
Existing role where the hours are not changing. We're not adding a new job,
We're not adding any new
we're just
positions.
officially funding it as part of the budget.
Because there's, obviously the difference between a limited term employee and then a regular part-time employee. Regular part-time would be budgeted year after year.
No,
That's not correct.
no.
No.
So they would not be funded because it clearly stated that the position would end at the end of 2024. So we wouldn't have included them.
Correct. No, not the limited term portion of it. I'm talking about the regular portion of it. That part would be funded year after year if it was approved and moved forward.
And further, the person would not be, and I understand it makes a difference, but like they're not losing their job because they were only hired for that term. So they are not technically losing their job, although the department will lose their help if the position isn't funded.
And to follow up, the HR position, it ended up being, end up being 15 hours a week? And you're looking at the proposal is going from a part-time LTE 15 hours a week to a regular part-time 20 hours a week for 2025, correct?
Correct. I mean, it is right now, it's budgeted at 15,000. And so we've been working within that budget to try to stay within that as best as we can. So it equates to about 2 to 3 days
For 2024, it was budgeted for 15,000.
Right, thank you,
Because
because,
this year it's not budgeted at all unless this is in. Correct.
right, because last year, because that was one initiative that I brought forth, because I saw the need, and there was several issues with that, but then at the end of the day, we end up setting a dollar amount, and then you could figure out, it was up to administration, whatever level of skill sets you found, then you could pay accordingly, and then you had that budget to work with, instead of us setting the hourly, then you just had dollars. And obviously, you're going to be using that, you have needed that $15,000 through the end of the year. So, thank you.
Any more discussion?
I guess this is it's a different scenario. I thought we were adding more. And really what the request is just to kind of continue this as the same. So it's, that makes it more difficult. Is budgeting for another year's worth of LTE at the similar hours. I assume there'd be a cost savings on that. So, I mean, technically,
Yeah.
could we do this in a way that the departments they're not losing staff hours that they currently have? And the people in that position, I mean, we're punting the problem until next year, really. But I assume there'd be a little bit of a cost savings if we did this at the the same structure that we had this year.
There would be some savings, any benefits that might be associated with it. The rate of pay may be different. And then the number of hours may be different as well too. So yeah, there could be some savings.
Is that something we want to explore?
I mean, I'm,
Just as a point of order, we probably should resolve the original motion before we start to explore other.
I guess.
Well, maybe it wants to be amended, though.
Yep, that would be a viable way of doing it.
Stephen?
Just, again, we got to make some tough decisions, folks. I just want to, again, reiterate that the city was transparent and open when these contracts were signed, that these were one-year term limited, and that there was no guarantee that there would be a continuation. So.
And I would just add that the need has not gone away. Thank you.
Mike, could you want to jump in on something?
yeah, I guess just after the clarification, I feel less confident in looking at getting rid of those positions, just because I thought it was just a new position being created, but I understand it was laid out when they started that this is a part-time LTE kind of role year to year, but so I guess that was my misunderstanding there. So I'm not comfortable right now. We could definitely revisit it, but I'd like to look at other options too.
And I will say that I also thought that this was a cost to change it from an LTE to a 20-hour a week with benefit, that the difference was that, not that that was the entire cost. But you're saying the HR one was funded for the full year for $15,000 for 2024?
Where does that leave?
Is the police the same structure? So if we did the same model for the 2025 budget, there would be about a $22,000, $412 savings. Is that? We're at 26,206 per position. We haven't talked about the fire, but I know that's been on the agenda for, yeah. And the department's grown too, so
I just really firmly believe that by punting difficult decisions now, we're going to be creating conditions in the near future where we have to even make tougher personnel decisions. So, I mean, I just think that there's a certain amount of courage that needs to be taken here right now. I understand that it's going to make a bunch of us very unpopular if we make unpopular decisions, but that's what we're here for as elected officials. We're not here to be popular.
Oh, and to add to that, I mean, if we leave the amount included on there in the budget, that now becomes part of our new norm for subsequent budgets and makes subsequent budgets that much more difficult. So your point's well taken. But there's a different angle looking at this as, not adding something new versus something that's there now is now no longer going to be there.
It's there, but
It-
it's not in the budget though. Is the truth.
Right, but that's our dilemma. I mean, we can always add an LTE position later like we did the previous year with set finite terms. You know, I mean, on the other hand, you have somebody that's in the position now, they're trained, they know what presumably they know what they're doing. I guess before we vote, I'd really like to hear what everyone else on the council is leaning on this.
Sure.
Sean?
Oh, Larry, sorry.
Thanks. What I'm concerned about is if we have to lose those 2 police officer positions.
There's not 2 police officer positions.
I thought it was 2.
There's a staff limited term employment in the police department.
Oh,
That's
okay, that's what it
administrative.
Okay, I'm
An
sorry.
HR person, that's limited term, and then there's a position in the fire department that exists, and they're trying to add
Yep.
a little.
I was misconcerted. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Well, I think I've made pretty clear I don't like it, but folks, we don't have the money. That's the bottom line.
It's the city administrator's purview to put forth a budget. Gives it to us in October, and it's now under our purview to make the final decision. And I believe we should do everything that we can to support the 3 initiatives. And if for whatever reason they get denied in their entirety tonight, I will be looking to be trying to work with administration to find somehow, some way, come Monday, to move heaven and earth to try to find something, some way to reinsert them to some degree, whatever, come Monday, at the public hearing. Thank you.
Kim or Mike or you guys, you're good? Dan or Larry? Okay, remind me of the motion.
The motion as it stands was to eliminate the 3 initiative positions for the police department, LTE for 26,206, the HR department, LTE for 26,206, and the increase in the fire department administrative position by $9,000.
Then remind me what that does financially, would you, Sabrina?
61,400.
Yeah, 61,412. Sorry, I was trying to calculate one of the other asks really quick.
Once we do that, is that
So the follow-up question is, that's more money cut than what, does the difference go to equipment replacement? Or perhaps the fire department, the 9,000 is still on the table. I mean,
Training budgets.
the training budgets can go back and we can fix the shortfalls in the software and the other stuff.
I mean, I would suggest that if this is taken off the table, so to speak, the $61,000. Any of the departments that offered some, that those probably be reinstated if there's that additional money first, and then if there's anything left over, decide what to do with it from there.
I just want to remind folks that these were funded by Rosier Picture Revenues. All right, so we still actually will have a projected increase in revenue even without funding any of them. Because you said it's 120,000, correct? That we'd gone up in revenues this year? Yeah, so we still have a certain amount of, I guess, reliance on trust that we're going to have an increase in revenues this year, even without them. So I'm not so sure we want to go down the path of saying, well, now we've got $61,412 to spend somewhere else. Well, then we're still relying on this hope that we're going to have additional $120,000 in revenue, which likely will happen, but we don't know it will happen. And I mean, if we want to have some type of compromise with the fire department position for their extra hours, maybe we can talk that. But don't forget also, we have must fund contracting lines that are short. All right. We have at least 3 of them that I'm tracking. And that's where that's where the $3,200 additional that is there because of the reduced expense. That's a legitimate line move. We got $3,200 for sure that we can go somewhere else. So.
I think if we're just looking at the police and the HR position, we have enough to take care of the contractual obligations that we have and probably set back the training budgets and some of the other things that we tweaked. So we got the the inspections is okay. The police department gets the software. I think we can do all that with that move. And I believe there'd be some left over. I don't know where if that just goes to equipment replacement or if that goes someplace else.
Or it's just not obligated.
Right.
I believe someone asked what it would cost if they were not part-time. So I just ran it with 16 hours because I think that's what both positions are currently at approximately. If we put it to 16 hours, it would be a difference of $13,452 between the two.
A question for Chief Ashbeck. With this position, I'm not asking you, I guess what I'm asking right now is, if you had the choice to have this position or that software, would you draw a line somewhere for that?
Absolutely. The position, that position is critical to us. The tasks that she performs, that takes things off our plate, that is more at a level that she can accomplish, that we can be working on things that, at our classification should be working on policies and whatnot. So yeah, hands down, it's not even a question or.
Yeah, and I'd be more comfortable supporting that where we keep that position
Is it LTE?
as an LTE. No, as it's proposed. But to take the software portion out, I guess I'd feel more comfortable with that. So that's just a thought. Dan, do you have any thoughts on that?
I guess I'm looking at it from the lens of, we have future budgets that we need to position ourselves. I think with what we've cut and then we explored the revenues a little bit and I'm oscillating between the now and our long term, and that's ultimately we're gonna have to make a decision, and seeing the merits of both sides. I think we need to think more long-term. Generally, I think when you set things right in the long term, then you don't create short-term problems later. But we have short-term problems now. But that said, I mean, we went down this path of, let's tweak these revenues up, let's cut these budgets down. And I mean, there's resistance on that. It's like, there's not really this is what we should do to solve the problem, and everybody agrees. So I'm kind of putting this from the perspective of, for this and future budgets from the taxpayer's point of view, how would I want to handle this? So there's not a way that we can do this where everybody's happy. There's not a way we can do this where really, anybody is, not unhappy. So the way I'm looking at this is, how do we navigate this that causes the least amount of pain and still allows us to keep the city running and functioning, not only today, but, in perpetuity. So I think right now I'm planning on sticking with the motion as it stands. If things were to change and somebody had a good scenario by the time, we get to the budget hearing, or Diana's promised to move heaven and earth, I am open to good ideas.
You have a bulldozer I can borrow?
But it's, I think we need to live in the reality, and I think I'm more leaning with Stephen's line of thought.
I can be there. Yeah, Diane.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess, and I certainly understand what both Alders and Stevens are talking about. I get that. I'm also looking at the day-to-day reality. I mean, I know coming, who knows what between now and Monday, but, because I'm pretty sure we're going to be wrapping this up tonight, so everyone can go home and not come back again tomorrow. I hope that's our plan tonight. But if not, I'll come back tomorrow, but for sure Monday. Initiative 4 was a seasonal, part-time, Parks and Rec, that's done. But what I'm hearing is, if I heard the motion, but there's been so much going around tonight, I'm hearing that the HR assistant position is going to go away. Is that right?
That's included, the motion that the HR and the police and the extra time for the fire department. All three of those were included.
They're staying?
Those would be
Confused.
removed from the budget.
They're removed from the budget.
Oh,
Okay.
So the same.
So the HR position that's LT now will not be coming back in an LT or a part-time position 20 hours next year, correct?
That's what the motion is.
Okay. And then I would certainly, after I'm done talking, I'd certainly like to hear if Amy from HR would like to respond to that. And number 2, increasing the hours for the fire department. The good thing is, no disrespect, chief, but at least you have someone now. So wouldn't necessarily have to increase it to 30 hours, but at least they have a body there now where HR would be losing a person that they've come to rely on. And I don't know how often anyone ever goes into HR's department, into the office, but there used to be this big pile of boxes. And amongst a whole bunch of other things that position has done, that has allowed, that department just to start making a dent and catching up in what they need to do. And at least the police chief currently has an LT person. If you don't increase it, when you look at the training and everything, I mean, number 1 is, and I can certainly, I know you'd really like the software, but I'm with you. You want to keep the body. I'd be talking you into keeping the body after all the training, when you have someone who wants to be here and everything you've done. So, come Monday, I'm still looking at really wanting to keep, all 3, and even if they have to stay, LTE and stay at 25 hours in LTE, I just can't see losing them. So I guess I'll be busy this week till Friday or till Monday. So thank you.
Just a couple things. Number one, Monday is our all-staff training day, so just a heads up on that. So you are not going to find anybody here at City Hall. Just a heads up on that. Secondly, if I crunch some numbers here, and as I mentioned, 13,452 would be putting both police and HR at 16 hours a week.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That's
please?
on a term for one more year.
Correct. That would save 13,452 from the current balance budget. If you were to add that, and I know this is not going to make me a favorite person, but also decrease fire back to where they were at for 2024 and take the 2,200 out of the conference for the common council and the $1,000 out of my conference budget, you would be at 25,652.
And everyone's getting something
Yeah.
instead of.
Kind of.
Chief.
Well, but we're still looking at, there would be a savings, but we're still looking at having to put some thousands of dollars back into some contractual obligations that we know are not fully funded.
Right, so that will give you the 24,900 to do the open records. That would give you 5,000 to put into inspections, 5,000 into the city admin budget, and then
900.
increasing the other two areas for contractual.
And that would not
maintenance.
hamstring us in future budgets because they would still be LTEs
Correct,
that potentially would
correct.
expire.
I just
this
wanted to
year.
give another option.
Would the seminars be still included under your proposal, Sabrina?
No, everyone else's seminars would stay where they're at, except,
Okay, I was just
you
checking.
would
because I had
decrease
that on.
mine and then, the common council one.
They split that. Yeah.
I
and-
could live with that.
Well,
But cheap, but, oh.
I understand where we're all sitting, and I understand the situation we're in, but I cannot not mention this, that when we were discussing the increase in the administrative assistant hours, I decreased our part-time wages for firefighters by 25,000 to try to get to the $9,000 for our administrative assistant position. So I do not feel right exiting out of here without at least mentioning that to you. And I know it doesn't help. And I know the situation we're in, but I can't with good conscience not say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I still think we should look at a 5% across the board with all other departments on their conferences. I mean, we're talking about whether or not we have, what's more important, the extra couple $100 in each department for conferences or having the staffing. I mean, I just don't see how that even weighs out in my mind. So.
Amanda.
I just think we're getting really off the motion at hand. So I think that we
Okay.
either need to amend the motion or we need to vote on the motion. So you can knock it down or approve
Well, we
it to
have-
start
we
a
have
new one.
A very good alternative here, and I'm.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you don't instantly know, you gotta kind of sit on it for a minute at least, and weigh the
Well-
pros and cons.
Well, my comment actually would argue goes directly to it because one of the three positions is the reduction of 5 hours on the fire, which Chief just mentioned. And there's another $3,400 out there potentially can go toward mitigating that additional cost. If we just take a 5% across the board on all of the departments other than finance and city council who've already reduced far beyond that.
Way to bring it back.
No, that's
The motion.
exactly what's going through my mind. So.
Diane.
So I have a quick question. Your Honor, you have $2,000 for league conference? Or is that like the Wisconsin League to go?
I think it's just generally for conferences.
Oh, for conferences.
To allow that so that I would have the money in the budget.
Okay.
So I do work full-time, so it's hard to always, I wouldn't want to have that out and then permanently have it out.
So it wasn't just for one, I didn't think it could have been for one.
No.
Okay, that's what.
Generally,
Okay, okay.
and it, you know, I'm
When you should be
generous
representing
with
the
that and I'm willing to, I would say to take it out, except we don't know what happens, especially if we end up needing to do like a different kind of referendum and then I'm gonna have to go to Madison or there's all different
Absolutely.
things that can happen. And so I don't want to close that.
And
door.
the only reason why I questioned was because it just seemed really high, but I thought, I had a feeling that it really covered conferences instead of one.
So I mean, if you want to take it out, take it
No,
out.
no, no, no,
I mean,
because you should be.
if I wanted to go, I could go at my own expense as well.
No, I don't think you should be doing that.
Yeah, Sabrina, quick question for you.
Yeah.
So if we were to just do the police and HR and make those more of the temporary, kind of go back, you said it was at 13,452 per person?
Correct. Yep.
So the total would be roughly what, 27,000?
Oh, that's the total between the two.
The
So it'd be
13
6,726 for each one
So
saving.
13,452 would be the total
Savings,
savings if we did that.
correct.
And then right now with your budget, the common council, and then the two pool revenue increases, that would put us at
Uh,
I don't
23,000.
think those were ever approved.
Nope,
What?
they weren't.
Oh,
They were
sorry,
thrown
you're right,
out
that
there,
never
but
happened. You're right, sorry. All right, so right now with the 13,452, and then with the $3,200 from the training budgets for common council and you, that puts us at 16,650, or yeah, 16,652.
652.
You're thinking on amending.
Yeah, so.
That's what I'm thinking
Thinking
about.
about just voting it down and starting from scratch.
Yeah.
So we still have some, there was like the aquatic center revenues, we talked about interest. If we were to go to, I'm thinking of maybe the other plan of the limited term employment to continue that. And I hear what the chief is saying. I mean, they've been asking to increase that position every year, like chronically, and every year it gets turned down and the department is bigger. And the number of calls that they go on has gone up every year. It's like, I think we could make a plan where if we make some of these revenue adjustments that I believe we can conservatively do, and we're still call it conservative, keep the police and fire on an LTE basis like they are now. I think we can make this work. So like I said, I mean, sometimes you gotta sit and mull on this a little bit, but now I'm thinking about voting down my motion. In the long run, it's more sound, but it's ignoring some current problems that we have.
You're rescinding your motion?
No, I think we should just vote on it and then we start from scratch. Because Amanda really wants us to vote on this motion.
Or amend it. I don't care. One or the other, please.
Vote it down.
But the new motion would be very different, so I think
Yeah.
it's cleaner.
Just vote on it and then look at it.
Okay. So all in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. It fails.
Yeah.
So now,
So can I show the big picture here? So I mean, this is the last time I'm gonna say it. But if you do the 5%, we get at about 29,000, which would allow 9,000 for fire for the extra 5 hours. 20,000 still remains to fill the missing contractual obligations, which won't even require that much, which then means we can reduce our increased expectations for revenues by approximately another 10,000 or so. I'd have to do the math. It's somewhere around there. And I think that we'll at least have a budget that is better than where it was when I came in. But that's the 5% across the board, which gets you another 3,450 or something. I have to do, it's, I've been losing track, but it's approximately that. If there's a 5% across the board cut in everybody else's seminar piece. But I mean, it really comes down to me is what's more important? A couple $100 extra bucks in everybody's department seminar, and that's all it is $100 or $200 each, or fire position and meeting the contractual obligations.
what do you guys think of that?
I just like to add a moment of levity, those who've been here long enough, when Fred was here, has anyone missing the calculator going crazy all night long?
And I also was thinking about, and now we're going to the canary yellows.
And the rose and the, oh my gosh, you had to be here. He was here for 40 years and he was an institution and he set us on the right path. But I swear I told former mayor that that calculator was be going home with him.
Hearing Sabrina is we want more colors and things with buttons.
Oh, God. Oh, anyway.
All right, so we need to vote, yeah.
We did motion. Now we need a new motion.
Oh, did we vote? Oh, yeah, we did. All right. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Good thing we started early.
Please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I move in the revenues, we make the following adjustments. On item 44120, that we increase the operator license by $3,000. And on 44190, we increase the solicitor's license by $400. And we increase line 46725 swimming pool revenue by $3,765. And we increase item 46728 swimming pool concessions by $3,070. And we increase item 48100 interest income by $9,823. And with regards to staff, I'll make a separate motion after we settle this.
Second.
Motion by Dan to increase all of those items that he just read and seconded by Mike. Any further discussion? Yes.
Doing some additions here. So what we're actually saying then, when you look at the big picture as a whole, is we are predicting that our revenues next year will increase by $140,058. We keep forgetting that this budget, as presented it when we first came to this room, already had the assumption that we were going to increase our revenues by $120,000. So now we're up to $140,058 that we're assuming, that we're taking that risk. I just want everyone to know that's in this motion, is that we're going to go up and increase our intended revenues up to $140,058 above and beyond what they initially were.
I would say yes, and to my quick answer to that is looking at interest income revenues, the difference between the plan and where we are at year to date, which is not at the end of the year, we have like $300,000 of edge room. So, and we're not going to use all of that. So I am confident that the areas that we have, the areas that we've increased these revenue lines are realistic. Just like what we think some of our expenses are going to be realistic. Are they going to be spot on? No. And could we have some surprises? Yes. At the end of the year, there's always things that go over budget a little bit. There's things that go under budget a little bit. Usually it ends up in our favor because of our conservative approach. But I'm comfortable with this. I don't know how everybody else feels. I guess we'll find out, but.
I just, what I had mentioned before about how federal government gets into deficits, this is what I see as going down this path right now this year, is we're just gonna change our assumptions so that we can get what we want. And that concerns me.
Any other discussion? No. Motion on the floor and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
Before I make a motion, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Sabrina, could you, on the scenario that you gave, we were allotting, was it 15,000 per position?
No, it would be 16 hours at their current rate. So that would have saved you the 6,726. if you go that route, but with the changes that you just made,
More money.
you don't really, like, you don't have to do that.
We don't have to change anything. We can do the entire. all
Yeah, I mean,
initiatives.
you can do all of the initiatives. You would need to find me,
Now we have more money to spend.
no,
Did-
not quite.
No.
You still have to find me $1,642, and then you would do everything that you wanted to do tonight.
I think you should do it by increasing the cat licenses.
Well, this was already a budget that was balanced, assuming the 120,000 increase. That includes the initiatives, correct?
Correct.
So now we've got the initiatives, we got the budget as proposed in all other areas. Plus, we've got this extra 20,000 and change that.
Well, I don't know that we fixed our shortfalls yet.
What's our
We
total?
need to,
$1,642 is your shortfall.
What's our total? What are we at right now? Sorry.
You need an additional $1,642.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, 1,000.
I'm still asking.
And if you want to take it, you can take it from my part-time seasonal wages and I'll make it work.
Dan?
Plus you got another.
We'll take
3,200.
that 1675 or 25 out of, I'll give you the accounts. I'll take care of, it's gonna be account 100. 51600 You take $800 out of that account to bring that total down to $7,225. And then you take $875 or 25 what's needed out of account 100, 51600 to lower that to either 1,575 or 25, whatever the dollars are that you need.
Where's this coming out of?
I've seen 5,000 words.
It's coming out of City Hall budget.
But we haven't fixed the shortfalls in the other departments. It was a.
No, that would fix everything.
And then some.
Was that-
Remember, you got another.
Because you
3,200.
you increased our interest by,
$9,000, $9,822.
Right,
We
but-
gotta
but-
balance this. Now we got too much.
I guess what I'm saying is that the contractual things that we talked about for the building and with Dan, the 5,000, the software, like, don't we need to?
No, that's 24,900, that total. And you just gave us, with your motion, 20,050, or sorry, 23,258. And then Dan just gave us the additional 1,642 if that gets
but
approved.
we would need an official motion to make all that happen.
Plus there's another 3,200 still out there.
Which is the seminars conference, yeah.
Mhm.
So that would include all of that, then we would be balanced.
But we're doing it by doing exactly what I was most concerned with, and that's we're basing this off changing all of our assumptions on revenue so we can get what we want. Folks, this is really dangerous. When it comes to common council, I already know where my vote is.
I missed the numbers that Dan had, so if somebody else
Yeah, well,
notes, I'd make that.
I was willing to compromise here, and this is getting
let me
everything.
do the math on it quick, Dan.
Kirk's gonna go, oh, long night.
So my intention was to keep the police and the HR as an LTE. What I'm hearing is people are thinking that that we're changing that to now permanent in the budget. Is that?
That's what's on the floor right now. We haven't changed anything with it yet.
I don't think, has that motion been made yet?
We haven't done anything with that yet.
No motion has been
Right.
made at the moment.
What's that? Oh, sorry. Does have to zero out?
Amanda.
Okay, so you just made a motion that was approved by F&P to increase multiple revenue accounts and to increase our interest income in a total amount of
23,258.
$20,058.
58.
Plus, there was already a motion to decrease seminars, conference and travel by 3,200. So if you add those two amounts together, that gets you to 23,258. And the plan was to try to get to 24,900 to encompass the shortfalls in some of the budgets and then the open records. So then that's where the difference of 1,642 comes in, which Dan had mentioned two accounts. I can read those off to you to cover that additional 1,642.
So to go back 3 hours, and please don't hate me for this, all of you, you're doing exactly what Sabrina recommended you not do
Exactly.
3 hours ago, which is cover the entire deficit by increasing revenues.
Basically what I just
We-
said about
we-
3
we
minutes
can't do
ago.
A motion to reconsider, but here's where we're at is like, we came up with a solution and they're like, well, if you do that, like, my understanding is council thought that we were adding new positions. No, that's not the case. So we're gonna do different, and this is gonna be a problem, and we'd rather not do that. It's like I kind of feel like we come up with a solution, and we keep trying to come up with a solution, and then it kind of gets derailed. No, we shouldn't do that. So we can go back to just either cutting all the positions, which I don't think is what staff wants, and I don't think that's great for the city. In the long run, it might be better for the taxpayers, but you know, there's a cultural issue here. Like, I feel that we are trying to come up with some solutions and, you know, like, no matter which path we go down, it's like whack-a-mole, like, you know, just, we're gonna beat this down. We have contractual things that we have to do that just weren't being budgeted. Okay, we're trying to address that. We've got positions that need to be filled, and there's things that, you know, the city needs to do their job or to do their job better. We're trying to get that done. I mean, it's, you know, like, I'm looking for solutions and I'm willing to go down a path, but it seems that no matter which way we go, we're being told that, you know, this is wrong and it's terrible. I mean, frankly, it's a little frustrating. So, you know, I'll just stop and digest here and let other people talk.
So,
Didn't you say you weren't going to say it?
I got some.
no, I'm not bringing that up again. I'm not going to include that in here, but folks, we got down a path to where if we went back to extending the term one more year in each one, we'd have a $13,652 savings, I believe it was. Plus, we have the $3,200 so far that we have agreed, or I should say F&P has agreed to reduce as far as the seminars out of finance and city council. So that's 16,852. Tell me where I'm wrong, Sabrina. I've got so many numbers.
652. 16,652.
16,652. I've got two, all right. And that's the savings. Now, and this is without any additional increases in our hope for additional revenues that was just passed by F&P. This is still with the 120,000. Out of that, 120K initial revenue increase, we've been able to reduce that down, if you will, by 16,852. Now we can go back up. You can take 9,000 for fire, and whatever's left would be able to easily cover the contractual. And we've got the original budget allotment with some compromise without increasing our expected revenues by this other, what was the total, 3, 6, 9, 18, 20,000, 20,058, I think it was. You know, that is, so that would be a reconsider motion to eliminate those revenues, right? Am I losing everybody here?
I think it's another option to look at.
Yeah,
I mean,
and we might even have 1 or 2,000 that can be reduced off of that 120 as well. What I really don't want to do is, this is the new budget system, is we want to get what we want. So let's just change our assumptions. That's exactly what I warned against at the very beginning of this meeting. We change the assumption so we can get what we want. We can have our cake and eat it too. We can't do that, folks. Again, if we go down that path, I know how I'm voting when this comes in front of the Common Council.
Yeah.
So to kind of talk about what Steven's saying, so right now, with what we have on the table, we have $2,258. Is that right, Sabrina? With
20,000.
currently with the 20,058 plus the 3,200,
We're at 23,258.
23,258. So if we go back and we take out the 9,823 from the assumed interest, so bear with me, I'll do the math while I'm talking about this. 23,258 minus 9,823. That brings us down to 13,435. Now, if we take, excuse me, if we take the 13,435, and if we change these two positions from HR and police to temporary, that's 13,452, Sabrina?
That's correct.
So 13,452 plus that gets us to 26,887. So taking away the interest, we still have our revenues that I'm confident we can do. I mean, just based on what we've talked about, but that gets us to the shortfall. If we eliminate the interest and we take these two positions down to an LTE for another year, it gets us to that 26. So that's something I just want to throw out there.
Just remember, if we have tens of thousands of dollars additional on expected revenues on this, I believe we have to have a zero budget, right? We can't just submit that unbalanced with additional revenues. So we have to spend that additional $20,000 if that's what we're going to do it.
Replacement fund.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. We have to spend it, but it's all based on, well, we're just changing our assumptions. Some more. We've changed our assumptions to 140,000 and change now.
Good news is we do not need a super majority on Monday. We need 4 votes to pass the budget. Yeah, I think this has probably been the most, I wouldn't say contentious, but there's been a lot of layers. I think a lot of us talked beforehand that we thought it was, I know that I spent probably a third of the time on this budget as I have previous other budgets because it just seemed to flow a lot easier and my questions were quicker with department heads and I mean, I didn't spend any less due diligence on it, but it just seemed like it was an easier budget for whatever reason. And this is not what I think a lot of us expected going into tonight. But I think we've had good conversations, but
Is there merit to meet tomorrow? I don't want to do
oh,
it. but I mean, is there any merit
gosh, I
to-
hope not. I'll be here if I have to, but God, I hope not.
We've had F&Ps in the past that have
Oh.
gone past midnight, so
Oh, yeah.
it's only 8.
And,
Yeah, but they
2
started at
days.
7.
True, but
And 2 days. So, thank you.
When you put together that scenario that you were running, Mike, did you have those contractual services that we wanted to add back in? That was 24,900 with all of them? That wasn't included in what you were just talking about, right?
No, I was just taking out,
With like the fire inspection at the library and city hall and the inspection.
Well, that's
equipment.
to get to that total of that we need.
You had that in the total that you were talking about?
Well, what I was talking about is to get the money in order to cover all of that.
Okay.
That's what I was saying. So that was by not assuming on the interest, taking that back down
Okay.
and changing 2 positions, leaving fire where they're at, taking 2 positions from HR and police and making them the roughly 16 hours a week instead of cutting them completely to get us that total.
Okay.
That's what I was talking about.
I'm getting a lot of bad mojo about the interest, so maybe we should make a motion to reconsider at least the interest portion. Unless
Really?
people think we need to do more.
I'd recommend you reconsider the entire thing, adding an additional 20,000 on. We came in with an increase in expected revenues of 120,000 above and beyond what the finance director predicted. All right, this is, do we do this next year too? We say, well, this is everything we want. We don't have enough money, so let's just raise our revenue projections again. This is a dangerous downhill slope, folks. This is not how budgets should be run.
You do understand, though, that the actual revenues that we've been getting consistently are higher than what we're budgeting for.
I understand.
By a significant portion.
I understand. And it has to be that way. If we try to get it to where it's zero, we're never going to get it right.
And I understand Alder Knott's concern about that, but, and I understand that, and I've always appreciated the previous finance director, our current finance director to, because their necks are on the line. When you.
We're ignoring her recommendation.
No, just a second. Excuse me.
He's right. You are ignoring my recommendation.
But seriously, but when you think about when you read in the paper, when something has gone to crap, finance director, yeah, they bring out the council, but it's the you read the finance director, their name, when we had a city administrator back in the 90s and then he made a miscalculation in the, Jared, it was like the tax, whatever the tax value was, whatever. Yeah, he was out. It's bad. So I understand you want to go conservative. I totally support that. To an extent though, when there is need, I have issues, I will continue to have issues with leaving so much on the table. I'm fine with budgeting and having a cushion, a really good cushion. But I don't know how I can explain to my taxpayers when I knock on doors every other year, why do we have such a huge surplus? And I understand why we should have, and rainy day fund, but 10 plus $million?
Yeah.
How do we go to referendum when we have that? Because I can just hear people say, okay, so there's 7 of us elected sitting here. 2 of us have had knocked doors in the last 4 years. 2 of us out of the 7. I know what my doors say. I know they're going to say, you want a referendum? And I know when it comes to public safety, people will come out in droves, yes. But when they hear about the surplus we have, and when we have employees who are wondering, why aren't we getting paid what we're getting paid, but they see the surplus, but a lot of times they don't understand the process that we have and levy constraints and all that. But I just have an issue when we have 2.5, whatever, 3 times whatever, when there is need, when there is true need here. I'm not saying, wants, they are needs, when we need some extra bodies here. Because if we don't, remember when we had a room full of people and the night, then we went ahead and we added 3 police and 3 firefighters. And we had firefighters in this room and at that podium, and they were so burnt out. And we made that commitment. Now, we really took a bite and we had to go ahead and layer them in the next year and stagger the hire dates. But it was one of the best things we ever did. But when you have people, and I can tell you right now, we have people in this room who are exhausted. And we have to do something. And if we can just do a little something or throw, a few more hours at someone, but to go ahead and the possibility of taking two bodies away, I just cannot support that. We're going to lose some people in this room if we don't support them as much as we possibly humanly can. And I realize we're going to have different opinions and such, and I understand being conservative, but when there is need, I just don't see just throwing more in the surplus because we're so scared that, and we can't. I got verbally persecuted last year for $15,000. And I remember hearing, I was told, well, if we're $15,000 in the hole next year, we're going to blame you. And I don't think we're going to be $15,000 in the hole. And it isn't just one motion or one position that's going to put us $15,000 in the hole. It's going to be a myriad of many things in very many corners of City Hall that's going to be maybe, do that. It's not going to be one position. So I'm hoping FNP comes out of tonight that you're going to be able to at least keep the 2 LTEs at whatever level. And I have to say, I appreciate Chief Fletty reminding us about that you did take that hit. I thank you for that because I think, I don't know how many people knew that, but I know you and I had talked about that. So I do appreciate you mentioned, because I think that needs to be on the table. You just need to be aware that what he did. So, but I know come Monday, I know I'm going to be very much in support of keeping, retaining those three initiatives in some manner. Thank you.
I was never talking anymore about, I was willing to compromise, and that's what I'm saying, with 2 LTEs plus the additional 5 hours, and we can do that without further increasing above and beyond what the finance director's expectations for revenues are by another $20,000. We don't have to do that. We found the money by just going to LTEs and the $3,200 out of the seminars. We've got it, all right? We don't need to say, well, let's just project additional $20,000 of revenues above and beyond what the finance director is projecting. We don't have to do that. If we're doing that, then we just fund everything fully, plus have extra money. But this is, I argue, incredibly irresponsible, and I'm sorry, but we cannot just say, I want more, therefore, let's change our assumptions. That is bad governance, folks, flat out.
Could we take a 10-minute break? We've been here for over 2 hours again.
Please, yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. Let's do that. Bathroom break.
Yeah.
Yep, let's pause.
By that clock, 8:20? I mean, that's off by, it's really, yeah. Yeah.
I think we're gonna redo them, but they're here. This one in the blue, there's the 3,000
Okay, because.
solicitor's license is plus 400.
Or 7, okay, yeah, I can see that. Sorry,
And
what was
then,
the other one? Oh,
Solicitor's license is plus 400.
all right.
And that was
All right.
$800.
All right, all set?
Chair?
You wanted to speak?
Yes, please.
All right.
So can you give us the numbers, please, Sabrina, as far as if we just go through the savings with the by going to LTE instead of full-time 20 hours, LTE 16, and keeping the 5 hours for the fire department and covering the shortfalls and the contractual, plus I should have had the savings. So the savings of that, going to LTE plus the $3,200 reduction in the conferences. Plus those items, where do we stand? I think we are still actually have a little bit of money left that we can reduce what we're ignoring you on already and not have to worry about this additional sums of money that were voted on just recently.
Right. So if we went to the police and position, the police LT position and the HR LT position to move those to 16 hours instead of 20.
And extending them 1 year as a limited term again.
Correct.
Reconsideration next year.
Correct. That would give us a savings of 13,452.
Is police position 15 hours right now a week? 16. So that it would be keeping, stay at the same. Okay, thank you.
And Amy, do you want to weigh what 16 be currently? I know you kind of fluctuate a little bit, but.
The position in HR is maxed at 15,000, and so those hours are usually between 2 to 3 days a week.
I didn't hear that. And what was it? It's usually what?
It's averaging between 2 to 3 days a week. But we're limited at the 15,000 for the year. So we've been working within the 15,000.
So that, so by decreasing them both, and I put them at like a step 1, grade 1, so it'd be like 20, we can talk through all of that with both of you I just did rough calculations. That's a savings of 13,452. Now, originally we were looking for 24,900, but you're saying take the software out? Is that what you?
Well, Chief had said if we have to make a hard decision, he'd rather keep the person.
Correct. So if we took the 12,500 out of the 24,900, we'd be looking for $12,400. So by making both of those positions LTE, you wouldn't have to drop any seminar conference budgets or or decrease the city hall budgets or increase any other revenues.
Well, we still would need to do the seminar reduction in order to help pay for the shortages and the contractual obligations, right?
No, you wouldn't, because the shortages in the contractual would be $12,400.
So with the total, call it a baseline, I guess, since we're talking about adjusting it potentially off of the last motion that passed, the baseline of the budget that was handed to us was $120,000 of revenue above and beyond what you expected us, or what you recommended us, I should say, to consider. We are within that, right? And still have a little bit left, I believe.
Correct.
So if we do all that, we don't need this additional funds and revenues that we decided to change. We've already got it. In fact, we can reduce the 120,000 overage by 1,000 or whatever it is.
Correct.
Dan?
Young Alder Milky and I have been hard at work here, and while everyone else was out breaking. So I'm going to kind of read the sequence of what the intention of the sequence of motions and the reason, and then we'll go through each one individually. And what the overall goal is so I'll just go in order. So the first thing that we're going to do is make a motion to reconsider or rescind the additional revenue line of the 9823 for interest. And after that, we're going to make another motion to change the positions of the police and the HR, not as part-time, regular, permanent positions, but to continue those as a 16-hour a week, basically keep the positions intact as they are now for the remainder of this year, which I'll admit is kind of punting that problem till next year. Then the third thing we're going to do is that should create that gives us room to maneuver to the tune of what was it, 26,000? I got it here somewhere. 26,000 and some change. So the next motion is that we're going to address the contractual items and the needs that we've identified as needs now. And then the fourth motion, there'll be a little bit over. We think that we can give Sabrina's seminar budget back up to par for the 1,000 that she was very kindly donated to the cause. And then the rest is a few $100s. We'll just put that in equipment replacement fund. So that's the intention that we're thinking to go through. So at least from the F&P members, is there any reason why we should not proceed with this?
Why would you not also rescind, reconsider, I guess, all the other increases in revenues that you added on? We don't need them.
Well, we think that we do, and it solves the needs of doing everything that we want to do, including the software, and it keeps the addition of the fire department. We're keeping the LTE, and whether it's a solution that everybody agrees or not, I don't know, but I think that we should vote on this.
Will the fire get the extra 5 hours?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're still going down a new process of breaking the budget. So, well, since we broke the budget, let's change the assumptions some more and say we're going to get more revenues.
Now, Stephen, you promised not to bring that up again, but
No, what I promised not to bring up again was the 5% across the board. But
Let's get a motion on the table.
well, we're saying what this is, and this is a plan of attack. And what I don't want to do is start with one motion, and then if it looks like at least the F&P is like, we don't want to start down this road unless we think that it's at least viable. So,
Yet the correct thing to do is to make a motion before you start discussing.
well, but here we are. We've been discussing for several hours, and we're trying to put an end to this thing. So,
If I may ask, Alder Stevens and tell me if I'm off base. So before so he kind of laid out like a footprint or a plan. And I know you're looking, you need at least 2 out of 3 votes tonight. Would it be incorrect to ask before he starts making all those motions, he's kind of laid out a plan, to ask for a just a show of, okay, never mind, okay, never mind.
We really need a motion.
Okay.
Like we are going down a
All right,
path.
well, just so everybody knows where we're going, I don't want to do one thing and then they're like, what the heck is Stephen
All you know,
talking
we've
about?
done that before.
So,
That's why I'm asking.
all right,
Yes, sir.
first motion is to rescind the previous adjustment to the interest income of $9,823.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Mike to rescind the previous motion of the interest. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
Chair, I'd like to make another motion if I may.
Certainly.
Right. For the initiatives, I move that we change the police and HR positions from permanent part-time to the limited term employment ending December 31st of 2025 at 16 hours each for a total of 13,452.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Mike to change the initiatives, making them LTEs ending 12/31/25. Do I need to say more? Is that good? He said it.
I'm sorry, repeat that. The dollar amount of the expense was what, 13,452.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make another motion if I may. I move that we make the following adjustments to the budget. Under inspection, item number 290, we increase that by $5,000. And under the library, we increase the fire control, item number 214 by $900. And under the attorney, item 290, we increase that by $5,000. Under the police department, item 240, we increase that by $12,500 for the purpose of the software. And under City Hall, item number 214, fire control, we increase that by $1,500. And further, that we rescind the $1,000 deduction to the finance office's training budget. That is my motion.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Mike to increase inspection 5,000, library fire control increase 900. Something with the attorney, 5,000. The police department, 12,500 with the software. And City Hall for fire control, 1,500, and then rescinding the 1,000 training to City Hall. Any further discussion?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right, not a voting member of this, this committee, but I disagree. Sorry, chief, with the 12,500. I already compromised with an LTE with money I'm not sure we have. But also the rescinding of the $1,000 from the finance director when she said she doesn't even need it. I don't know why we would do that. I just totally disagree with this entire process. We've created a process to determine what we want. And then we determine based on guessing on revenues, ignoring the finance director now to, a tune of, I guess would be $131,000. Ignoring her advice on where to go with that. I mean, I have no problem with LTEs. I'm willing to compromise on that. I got no problem with, in fact, I very much want to restore bring to whole, I guess it would be the contractual obligations under inspections as well. But, folks, we are trying to spend money that we don't have just by saying, well, let's just fudge the revenue numbers and it'll all work out. This is not a proper process.
Any other discussion? Mike?
I don't think we're fudging numbers. We're looking at historical data and and we're coming up with numbers. So you keep saying that we're fudging numbers, but we're not. We are looking at historical data and we're coming up with what we believe to be is going to happen. So that's not fudging numbers.
Yeah, well, we're ignoring the finance director to a tune of $131,000 right now.
What were we at before we came in here?
120,000.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
This will go to the whole council later, and everybody's welcome to vote their conscience.
Any other discussion? No? All in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
I could just keep making motions if you like, but it wouldn't have a point.
Is it balanced?
Oh, there's the difference, I'm sorry, Sabrina, is there's approximately $600. I don't know the total, but we don't balance, and my final motion would be whatever that overage is. If we have a dollar amount, I'll include it, but we'll move that to the equipment replacement fund.
Give me 1 second. I'll give you a number.
I would ask that you consider putting it back in council conferences, because it's not just conferences, it's also when you go to LADCO, when there's a number of things that the mayor ends up having to pay for. And again, to have a transparent budget, it's just not about me attending, it's about other council members attending. It's also going to, what's the Tuesday council day thing? You're a member, the mayor's a member. OPA lunch, that type of stuff. So, anyway, just a suggestion.
$987.
Gonna come from somewhere. That's all I'm saying.
I just feel we've got one person using, like
$3,000.
a third of the budget. We left money in there knowing that one member is probably going to utilize that.
And that hasn't,
I don't know that there's extra that,
and I don't think that's been the case in the past couple of years. There's been a number of us. You've utilized it.
I have
I
not.
have.
Not one time.
You went to an event?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you and I were at.
oh,
If there was a cost
I'm
to the
gonna
city,
call the
I-
question.
I don't remember, but I know you and I
Yeah.
were at a.
but and the mayor had
right.
their own seminar.
Dan Stevens has called the question.
Motion?
So to continue with the motion, the amount was $983
87.
and $87, sorry, to the equipment replacement fund.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Mike to put the $987 remaining to the equipment is.
Can I just ask, instead of putting it to equipment replacement, that you like decrease miscellaneous income or something? Because it just looks
That's fine.
weird
I'm open
putting
to that.
Yeah, we're-
$87.
Whatever-
Where do we?
What's your
what do we do with the
prerogative?
difference
I
between
would
balance?
prefer to do that.
Which, do you have a certain line item?
You can just use miscellaneous income 100-00000-48000.
All right, I will withdraw my motion.
Second.
Withdraw this.
I'll withdraw my second, sorry.
Okay, so I move that we reduce the adjustment to miscellaneous income by $987.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Mike to reduce the miscellaneous income by the $987. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Yes, ma'am.
Can I get a motion to approve the other budget changes? I don't believe that was ever done. So that would be items 1 through 4 that I originally proposed.
Not sure what you're talking, which one you're
Could you
talking about.
specify?
The handout that was given to you, we discussed them all, but there was never a motion on the floor.
So that was the increasing the 3,000 and the 8,063, then the 1,872. Is that right? Those three?
Budget changes from 2025 budget.
Yeah, that sheet that's in front of you, yes, those budget changes. We went through all of those, but you guys
Oh.
never approved them or anything of that nature.
So you need the ones that are decreasing. Those four, is that right? I'm sorry,
I need an approval for all 4 items. So there's item 1 that relates to the TIF, 2 relates to some software,
oh,
3 relates to open enrollment, and then 4 relates to some special event insurance.
Can we just make a motion for the whole thing in reference?
Yep,
Sheet?
you can do items 1 through 4, if Joanne's good with that.
All right, I'll make a motion that we approve the changes submitted on the attached budget changes from 2025 proposed budget submission. Items 1, which were TIFs, item 2, police department and general fund revenues, items 3, fire department, police department, street department, general fund, water department, sewer department, stormwater department, and items 4, Omni Center, special projects, recreation, and general fund revenues.
second.
Motion by Dan, second by Mike to approve the budget changes from 2025's proposed budget submission as outlined in the handout. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All in, all done with number 4. Number 5.
Excuse me, point of order, doesn't this budget have to be sent to the public hearing next? Don't we usually do a motion like just? Well, I think isn't it already scheduled? All I know is that I thought we usually, F&P will go ahead. Thank you, yeah, we need a motion to move this to the public hearing on Monday.
Right, we already set the public hearing at the last council meeting.
Yeah, I have it on my calendar, so, but
Right, but I thought we usually make a motion to send this as approved at F&P to, Monday.
that's-
Yeah.
it's easy enough. I move that we send this budget, the general budget, to be reviewed at the budget hearing at City Hall, 6 PM, Monday, November 11th.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Mike to send the 2025 proposed budget to Monday's public budget hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Now, item number 5, resolution 30-24. Who's got that one?
I can discuss it. So in your packets is resolution 30-2024. This is something that has to be approved at based on ordinance, every year for the new electeds that would come in 2025. They would receive that updated, rate of pay, and then the council president would also see an increase based on the last 2 years of COLA increases that were approved by the Common Council for non-union staff. So that's what this resolution is laying forth. Really need it for payroll. It's the main purpose, but
I move that we approve resolution 30-2024.
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Mike to approve resolution 30-2024 as outlined by Sabrina. Any further discussion? See none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion carried. Motion to be done? I suppose I
I'll
can
make a motion to adjourn.
I can make the motion. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by me, second by Mike to adjourn at 8:45. All in favor?
Just for the record, we are not meeting tomorrow, right?
Correct. No meeting tomorrow. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.